Good morning, everyone. Morning. So this is a budget workshop. Well, this is a public meeting. It is not a town council meeting. So we're going to go through the department heads' budget and the town manager's budget today. The target is to try to get out of here by 12 o'clock, but we'll go as long as we need to go until we get to the final answers. So with that, we're going to dispense with the Pledge of Allegiance. We have the Budget Committee, Town Council, all those guys in the white shirts, Fire Department command staff, Police Department. I don't know what order we're going in, but if you're ready, Mr. Town Manager, we will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's Justin Campo, the Finance Director, and my privilege to be here this morning to present the Town Manager's budget for the period running July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. As I go through my presentation, I'd ask Justin to jump in to amplify or correct me on any points that I get wrong. I like to think that I'm here to correct Justin if he gets confused about the numbers, but I would be lying to you.
Good to know that you know your place.
So, as most of you know, this is the beginning of a long process that results in the adoption by the voters in March of a budget. Between now and then, there will be two public hearings on the budget that will take place on December 5th and January 16th. A deliberative session will be held on February 11th of next year, when voters will finalize their budget items. And voters ultimately will have a choice between the town council's budget, as may be amended at the deliberative session, and a default budget, which is defined in our town charter. This is, as I said, the beginning of a long process with plenty of opportunity for input and adjustment that will ultimately result in the adoption of the town's budget. In 2021, a charter amendment revised the definition of the default budget. Going forward, the default budget is the 2023 adopted budget, reduced or increased as the case may be by debt service, contractual items, salary and other employee-related costs such as collective bargaining agreements, other obligations previously incurred or mandated by law, and reduced by one-time expenses in the 2023 operating budget. Last year's approved budget was $36,233,393. This year's default is higher. It is $37,702,319. And I propose a budget that is slightly under default, $1,114 under default. Default's increase over the 2023 approved budget is $1.468 million. I'll get into the reason for that shortly. That represents a 4.04% increase over 2023. A couple of things to bear in mind. The municipal cost index is up 9.14%. That's a measure of how inflation affects the delivery of municipal services. The consumer price index, which we're all more familiar with, is up 8.1% year over year. It's important to note here as well, Mr. Chairman, that the budget process involves input from many different stakeholders, and that starts with the department heads. Justin, and in some cases myself, began meeting with department heads back in September to learn what their requests would be and what the reasoning was approaching this budget cycle. The finance director then does his magic, and then we get together and ultimately propose the town manager's budget to the town council. The town council, with the input from the budget committee, provides input and amendment, and ultimately it's the voters that decide what the budget looks like when it gets adopted. And so it is important to note that there were $422,920 in departmental asks that Justin and I have rejected from the proposed town manager budget. I've asked the department heads to speak to you about for planning purposes what their needs are and what some of those $422,000 in asks were, because I think it's important that we have this conversation at this time every year. What accounts for the large increase in default? Well, as you know, Mr. Chairman, recently we were forced to renegotiate our contract with Waste Management. Waste Management, as you know, provides trash and recycling services to the residents of Londonderry. This is our single largest contract, and due to language in the contract as well as extreme economic hardship to Waste Management, we were required to renegotiate that contract, and that has resulted in an increase to default this year of $212,000 and some change. The other major driver of this increase was a 14% increase on our health insurance premiums. During the pandemic, utilization was well down of employees' health benefits, and this reflects a return to pre-pandemic utilization, as well as uncovering things that probably should have been uncovered had people been keeping up with their health care. And of course, health care costs more now than it did during the pandemic. I can tell you that we've been conferring with Health Trust to try to drill down on more specifically what accounts for these large increases. But it is utilization, and we will have more information from them shortly about what exactly that utilization looks like. There are other increases to default. As you know, when the voters ratify a collective bargaining agreement, that bakes in that package for the life of the contract. And in this case, we have $542,000 of contractual increases coming out of collective bargaining agreements that the voters have previously ratified. We have other contractual obligations that become part of default. Those are, for example, our IT contracts and the Lions Hall expenses that we are now responsible for assuming. They had been shifted off on the Lions Hall during the life of our lease with them. They're now our obligation, and they become part of default. We have other benefits that we offer our employees pursuant to collective bargaining agreements, such as life insurance, disability insurance, and those items are up $81,000 and some change in default. Utilities, of course, have gone up. That is part of default, $22,697. And lastly, our property and liability insurance premiums are up $10,000 and some change.
Just to chime in on those other benefits that Mike mentioned, that includes dental insurance in that, which is a large portion of that increase.
Just as default can go up, sometimes it goes down as well. And in this case, we have two major reductions from default. The New Hampshire retirement system has dropped the local share that we're required to pay. They review their rates every 2 years, and this year it worked to our benefit. That is down in default $208,925. And then debt service is down as well in the amount of $68,000. It's important to note, and I'll mention it later in the presentation, that the last payment on a multi-purpose bond is in FY 2024, meaning after that time, we should have $694,000 in debt service dropping off. Just as expenses are important to this discussion, so too are revenues. And here you have a forecast in comparison to last year's budget of what we're thinking revenues will look like. Revenues increasing, of course, assist in decreasing the tax rate. It's kind of a paradox that some of the inflationary conditions that we see that are driven by the federal funds rate increasing hurt with on the expense side of the ledger, but they help for purposes of this side of the ledger. You'll note that some of these items are trending up. And one thing I would flag that's not referenced here, and we'll talk about that later in the presentation, pursuant to state legislation, the local share of the rooms and meals tax, which is a pretty significant revenue for us, is increasing from 22% to 30%. We'll have that number soon. I want to take a minute to talk about some of the challenges that we foresee in this budget cycle and future budget cycles. The first is obviously increasing demand. We're a growing community. We have more residents and visitors than ever before. We have rising costs of goods and services. I've explained to you in previous slides exactly how that is beginning to affect our budget. We expect that certainly to continue in this economy. Increasing complexity. Everything is increasingly complex as time goes on. And I give the example of state or third-party grants that are awarded. They come with tracking requirements. They come with reporting requirements. And so that imposes a burden on the municipal staff, and it requires us to do more with less. State and federal mandates. A good example here is the MS4 program. That's a program that was adopted under the Clean Water Act, and it requires local officials to do lots of monitoring and other items related to clean water. That's something that falls on the backs of the municipal staff and, by extension, the taxpayers. And finally, the labor market. As you've mentioned, Mr. Chairman, in recent meetings, we have multiple unfilled positions at all levels of town government and in all departments. This is a problem that doesn't appear to be abating anytime soon, and it is going to continue to affect our ability to deliver the services residents expect. One of the things that I want to talk about this budget cycle is we've been, I don't think it's any secret, covering underfunded non-personnel lines with open positions. And because we've been doing that, the default budget hasn't evolved with the times. We have certain lines that you'll hear about later in my presentation and in the department head's presentation that are overspent by tens of thousands of dollars every year. At the same time, we have personnel lines that have gone unfilled, and that money is taken to cover those lines. My charge to department heads this season was, let's take a close look at where the needs actually are, where we're spending our money, and where perhaps the needs are less. This is part of a multi-year effort, I hope, to create a budget that evolves with the times and is flexible enough to do that, but also is a document that is transparent in that it tells voters and residents, this is where we expect to need to spend money, and this is where we don't expect to need to spend money. Mr. Chairman, as you noted under the town charter, my obligation is to propose a budget to you for deliberation and adoption. As I said, my goal is to set us up for the future. We have these underfunded lines that we need to right-size, and I believe that my proposed operating budget makes significant strides in that effort.
Can we pause here?
Certainly.
Okay, so here on slide 9, those of you who may or may not have it in front of you, the way we're going to work through this is that I'm going to go to the council. I'm going to ask the council if they have any questions when we go to questions. And Steve, then I'll turn things over to you to go through the budget committee. Yep. But so I believe this is a significant enough slide that if there are questions, they should be asked and not wait until department heads while we have everybody in the room. So does anyone have any questions regarding what's proposed here in the operating budget and what's in this slide?
I have one question.
Sure.
So you had mentioned that the meals and rooms was going to increase in revenue. Is the state giving us more back because they decreased the meals and rooms tax from 9 to 8.6%? So how?
Yes, we are expecting that when we get those meals and rooms numbers, they will be higher.
Okay.
You would confirm that?
Yes, I received it yesterday afternoon, actually, and it is about, for this tax year, it's about $340,000 higher than it was in the previous year.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just preface this slide by saying this. The main feature of this budget is to freeze and then eliminate or repurpose 4 unfilled police department positions that, to my knowledge, have never been filled. Instead, the money from those positions has been used to cover non-personnel lines that have been grossly underfunded at the police department for years. I am not proposing to eliminate cops. I am not proposing to eliminate, to reduce the functional size of the police department. I am not proposing to reduce services. We are instead crafting a budget that reflects reality. The police department can't fill these positions without hampering their ability to stay within budget. And as evidence of that, I would point to last year's surplus, $19,833. The value that we need to budget for these 4 positions is approximately $546,000. So if we were to fill all of those positions, which, as you have pointed out, Mr. Chairman, would be a small miracle in this labor market, the police department would have been over on their budget last year. The surplus that they returned in FY21, $205,000. Again, well under the $546,000 that we need to budget for these positions. And in FY20, $392,000. And so my proposal is to utilize the savings to reinforce some of these underfunded lines in the police department. For instance, vehicle maintenance, we're increasing in our proposal $62,000. Station maintenance, we are proposing to increase by $56,000. In the DPW and engineering departments, we have the same problem. And engineering and management services, this is where we cover some of those MS4 obligations. We're increasing that by $51,000 because we overspend it every year. Vehicle maintenance, same problem. Roadway maintenance, we're also increasing that by $80,000. As you know, the cost of salt and sand is through the roof, and so we're proposing increases there and in the hazardous waste line. And then at the fire department, the safety program, which is how they maintain their gear, we're increasing that by $12,000 because we're consistently overspending it. Vehicle repairs and supplies, we're increasing that by $41,000 because the line as it currently is constituted is not even sufficient to keep up with new sets of tires and other preventative maintenance. And we're increasing their training line by $30,000 under this proposal. And that's important because we have a shortage of paramedics, and it would be nice to be able to send people to paramedic school because, frankly, that ALS level of service is what the residents of Londonderry have come to expect. We also, just to very quickly close the loop on this slide, Mr. Chairman, have undertaken to move lines where they belong. And what do I mean by that? Well, we have certain lines that are in departments that don't manage those lines. And so what we've done is we've, for instance, moved the CART program to senior affairs because that's where it's actually facilitated and used. We've moved the landfill budget. We're the responsible party for the Auburn Road landfill, and that comes with certain obligations. We've moved that from we've moved that to the engineering department because that's who's in charge of that. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, under my proposed budget, we are proposing to cut $38,980 from the cable equipment budget. And that's because we have a cable equipment capital reserve that is more than sufficient to assist the cable department in keeping up with its capital needs. And so the purpose of all of this, Mr. Chairman, is to, as I said, improve the accuracy and transparency of the budget. These are tough choices. I don't want to beat around that. But we think that this is a reasonable approach that is consistent with what the taxpayers expect.
Go ahead.
So my question would be on the slide, are these totals exactly the amounts that we've, say, for 3 or 4 or 5 years, have averaged overspending? Or are they also inclusive of some additional things that come particularly within that line that are increases?
So I would, to answer your question, Mr. Vice Chairman, I would say two things. One is Justin is from a budgeting standpoint, a conservative person. And so I would say, if anything, these are conservative increases, but they're based in a look at the historical usage. There are areas where perhaps there hasn't been that historical usage, but we're suffering because it hasn't been used, or we're suffering because there's something that we should have been doing that we're not doing. I would give you the example, for instance, of preventative maintenance on the HVAC systems in the fire department. There's no funding for that. And so that's something that you won't necessarily see in one of these lines, but we need to be doing that, and we need to be doing a better job at making sure that that they have the resources that they need to be able to do that.
So as a follow-up, I mean, I know you and I have had conversations, and I've been up here for about 4 or 5 years talking about the same thing. Let's get real lines in these and not overspend them constantly. Let's really, tighten our belts if we can.
Correct.
And get that number down to the reality or budget properly. So
Correct.
I understand the shift, but what I don't want to do, especially for the taxpayers, I want to be fiduciarily responsible and say, is that $546,000 that we're taking out of that line just now a big bucket that we're going to spread around just to do that? That doesn't really help. I think that what I would like to request, if the council would so agree on all of these lines, let's take a look at the past 5 years and exactly how much they've overspent. So this way we can really say, okay, 6 vehicles, 62,756. Well, we've only overspent 50,000. I think the town would like to see that and ask why that 12,000 extra is there and exactly what you're going to be spending it on. I think that's the only fair thing to do to break it down.
I think that's a fair request.
So in order to get these numbers, I took a look at the past 4 years, the average that we overspent over that time, and each year that we overspent it. I went department by department, line by line. This doesn't cover all the overages, but these were the more important aspects to cover, I felt. So it wasn't just spreading it, you get some, you get some. I wasn't, that Oprah meme of you get a car, you get a car.
But the good thing about what you
It
just said,
was more, I went line by line, I took the averages for the past, I believe it was 3 or 4 years, and determined, because I didn't want an average of, 1 year, something catastrophic happened in the line, that throws the average way off.
but the
I
good thing
wanted to
about
make
what you
sure
just
that I
said,
accounted for that when doing all of this.
the good thing about what you just said is that if that file comes out and we publicize that, that's going to be very apparent that, as an example to my 62,756, well, it was over $85,000, and I don't think it should be over $85,000. I think, using the budget process the way it should be used, it should only be over 62,000. So people would see that very apparent and clear and
Yep,
open.
and you'll see it in the budget as well, where there's lines that randomly switch between the department. And that's because historically it was underspent. So
we're-
I moved it to a place that where it was overspent.
The other thing I would note is that we've also identified underused lines and shifted those over to places where we're actually seeing utilization. And so we've taken a multi-pronged approach to making sure that this budget reflects more, as nearly as possible, the reality and the projections that we have.
Just because I have confidence in a lot of these numbers, because of the research I've done, we want to be as transparent as possible, as we know. It's kind of a theme, right, of us for many years, so we want to make sure that those are out in the open and reported.
Absolutely. We'll come back with that information
Thank
for
you.
the next meeting.
Anyone else? All right, please proceed.
There's a little bit of good news here. And the good news is that we're under contract. A lot of people don't know this, but we're under contract for most of our natural gas and electricity accounts through 2026. And so through careful planning, we are paying significantly less than the market for natural gas and electricity at the moment as a municipal government. I know that's cold comfort to our citizens who some of their electric bills have more than doubled. But this is a way to try to keep the taxes from hitting those folks too hard. The 35 Gilchrist transaction, this was article number 17 on last year's warrant. It passed. And just to refresh everybody's recollection, this is a proposal to release a conservation restriction on that parcel on Gilchrist Road. It's an overgrown apple orchard. $750,000 of the proceeds from that transaction will go to the Conservation Commission to replace that property with equal or greater property of an equal or greater conservation value. And the balance, $1.9 million, will come back to the town, which will obviously assist in the town's finances and the impact of some of these increases on our residents. As I said, the rooms and meals tax is increasing. The local share is increasing, and that amount is in the neighborhood of $343,000. That will help with the tax rate. And just for informational purposes, we get about $2.3 million in rooms and meals tax from the state. And as I said, before I hit debt service, the opioid litigation that the council directed that we undertake probably three or 4 years ago now, has resulted in $106,000 in proceeds that cannot be used for governmental purposes, but they can be used in creative ways to mitigate the effects of substance abuse. And so that'll be coming before the council for discussion soon. And perhaps that's a way to obviate the need to devote tax dollars to some of those efforts. And lastly, the $694,000 reduction in debt service that's coming in FY25. A second important feature of my proposed budget is this. In view of some of the large increase to default, we've sharpened our pencils on the separate warrant articles. And many of these numbers that we're proposing are lower than we would typically be proposing. I give you the example of the roadway maintenance trust fund. Typically, that's in the area of $600,000. This year, we're requesting less. We're requesting $300,000, and that's because of a one-time roadway maintenance highway block grant payment that we got from the state under SB 401. And so the need this cycle isn't there to the same extent to fund this by way of separate warrant articles. The master plan. The master plan is important. It's something that we're required to have under statute. But in terms of the immediacy of funding that by way of a separate warrant article, I think that this year it's prudent to sharpen our pencils and to take a year off from funding the master plan capital reserve because the consequences of not doing so are frankly not severe. We're not going to lose an arm on this one from the state. We will live to fight another day and lessen the effect of the total appropriation package on the taxpayer. We're negotiating a contract with the Police Patrol Union at the moment and the Londonderry Police Employees Association. Those negotiations are going very well. However, we don't have a final negotiated agreement yet. And so we've plugged in for budgetary purposes $350,000 as the year one value of that contract. That is subject to change, but in order for us to proceed, that's how we're carrying the police contract. You're going to be hearing from the library shortly, and they're requesting a full-time librarian. I may have the exact title wrong. I'm sure Erin will correct me if that's the case, but she'll tell you why they think that's important and why they're asking the voters to support that. And I expect DPW to tell you we're falling behind on our vehicle replacement cycle. And so they're going to be asking for an appropriation to acquire those vehicles pursuant to a lease program. And then there are non-monetary items. Last year, we talked about a proposal to convert the elected treasurer's position to an appointed by the town council position. We think that makes sense for a number of reasons, logistical primarily. And so we weren't able to do it last year because of some strange features of the statute that talk about when the terms expire. But this is the year to do it if the council wants to proceed in that fashion. We need to get started on it sooner rather than later because it would be accomplished by charter amendment. And the charter amendment process does require review by the Attorney General's office, the Department of Revenue, and the Secretary of State. And so I'll be bringing that to the council for their input soon. And then we're planning on asking the voters what their feeling is on investing significantly in a townwide water system, or at least in significant upgrades to the existing water system. We've done a lot of work over this past year with DES, with our attorneys, with our consultants, and we have a much better idea of what such a project might look like and what the financial impact would be on residents, and there will be one. Nothing is free, and even though there is plenty of grant money floating around at the state level for water infrastructure, if we are to proceed down this road, the taxpayers would need to contribute significantly to that effort, and I think it's time that we ask them if they want to do that.
So let me see if I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is that we're going to develop a non-binding question to the ballot to gauge the town's interest in spending what we believe will probably be approximately $250 million
Correct.
to put a townwide water system in place, plus the ongoing costs.
Correct.
Okay, so we're fully transparent with the voters that that's the kind of money we're talking about. All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing the language on that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Justin to talk about the undesignated fund balance.
So in our request, you
I
will,
want us to use it all, right?
That's usually what he comes in asking for.
no comment on that one. In our request, you'll see that we're requesting it for the Fire Department Equipment Capital Reserve, the Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund, and Pillsbury Cemetery as our current uses. If you look at the current fund balance that we have, it's $5,885,709. That includes the $200,000 in taxpayer relief from Council Order 2019, I believe 19 or something like that, the Taxpayer Relief Act of 2019. As you're well aware, we haven't set the tax rate for this year yet, so it doesn't include any additional funding that you would be using to lower the tax rate this year.
I don't know what the council is going to do with regards to that. It would surprise me that at this level of undesignated fund balance, with already contributing $200,000, that the council would have to think long and hard about using any more money.
And I'm going to throw my pitch in here that I do every year. If you look at the available use based on policy, our current policy, we're able to use about 3.2 million. Per DRA, we should save over 700,000. Per the GFOA, which is the Government Financial Officers Association, we should have an additional 1.1 million in there. The auditors, as always, recommend we increase our policy, and that's where we stand currently.
Quick question on that, just for everybody to know, everybody's knowledge. Can you briefly explain why those are important for when we try to get interest rates and other things that can actually save us money by getting a lower interest rate?
Absolutely. So with the fund balance, one of the biggest factors that I like to talk about is cash flow aspects. We get two influxes of cash in July and December that have to hold us for those next 6 months. Essentially, when it comes to November and December before the bill and May and June before the bill, you're close. That's where fund balance comes into play. In addition to that, we don't let this money just sit in our operating account. I talk with 5 or 6, 7 different banks to try and get the best interest rates that we can, which you'll see on the revenue side of the aspect. And actually, I believe right now in what you have presented, we have 221,000 in interest revenue on investments. That's actually going to bump up to about 380,000 because I've been on the phone with banks and our interest rates are increasing this week. So allowing us to do that also lowers the tax rate. And what you have to keep in mind with that is it lowers it for the next year, not just this year. If we use the money towards the tax rate, it lowers the tax rate this year. However, if we keep it in there, you get an extra 50,000 in interest revenue. That lowers it this year. Then you get an extra 50,000 next year. It lowers it next year. It keeps lowering it.
Is it fair to say it's almost like for a personal person, a credit rating? You know, what I mean, you have certain numbers that go up and down, and if these numbers go down too low, it's obviously going to not allow us to do the things we want to do.
Correct. And when we went to the master lease program, our fund balance impacted what we were able to get. If we ever were to take out a bond, our fund balance would impact what our rating would be and what our interest rate would be on that bond.
Thank you.
We also have another number in the undesignated fund balance, which is our negotiated number with Granite Ridge.
Correct.
How much is that?
That currently sits at 1.7 million for this year and next year, and then it will drop down to about 700,000.
So there's 1.7 million on top of this 5 million that we're using to settle with Granite Ridge.
Correct. So that way it doesn't show up on the tax rate during the year.
Which would just increase the tax rate for the people that are out there if we didn't do it.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, every year we need to address how we're funding overlay, which is the how abatements are paid and processed, as well as veterans credits and the elderly tax exemption. The council has already acted on the veterans tax credit and increased all available credits to the maximum level, and that hits the budget in the amount of $886,500. An increase of $248,500 over last year. So there's nothing for decision there. That's already baked into the cake, if you will. And then the elderly exemption. It's come before the council, and we've had a lot of input from residents that our eligibility requirements to take advantage of that exemption have lagged behind other municipalities. And it's time to take a fresh look at the eligibility requirements. We propose increasing the eligibility requirements or expanding the availability of this program by at least the amount that Social Security has given for a cost of living adjustment, 8.7%, perhaps higher. Our assessor is in the process of looking at comparison data from other communities. And just as a point of reference, this was last done in 2020.
Okay, so for clarification purposes, so that folks understand and everyone in the room understands, this slide and the last slide, we talked about $1.7 million being settled with Granite Ridge. And we're talking about almost $1 million here on these overlay accounts. That $2.7 million is funded 100% by the town tax rate. So when people understand, when we take money in, if you take $1 million in, the town gets $250,000. The schools get $700,000. So when we give money back to the taxpayers, we do not take it out of the school funding. It all comes out of the town funding. So everyone understands where the money how the money moves around. Please proceed. Any questions? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Justin to address the tax rate setting process as well.
So come March, the voters will vote on what they approve for each warrant article, which will set the base of our appropriations. Around October is when the assessors will submit the MS1, which is the valuation of the town, so all the property in the town, to the DRA. At that point, the state will announce their shared revenues with us. We mentioned meals and room as an example. So right now, we're at 2.3. We do not know what it will be next year. They will let us know what it is come October. So in this year's budget, we budget at what we received this year. So we'll have an increase there that will potentially lower it. We'll take a look at all the other revenues and where we're trending in terms of what we budgeted and make any adjustments necessary there. DRA will then set the tax rate, and the tax bills will be sent out in November, December. What's important to keep in mind is your July bill is 50% of your last year's bill. And that December bill essentially makes up any difference of what the current tax rate is compared to what it was in the previous year. Any questions on this?
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I alluded to this earlier, but while we have a default budget and a proposed operating budget that are up significantly over last year's budget, default budget or adopted budget, I think it's important to look at the total funding package from one year to the next. And what does that total funding package include? Not only the adopted budget or the proposed budget, but also what the voters have authorized or what we're seeking this year in terms of separate warrant articles. Because those, it doesn't make a difference if we're trying to raise the money through the budget or if we're trying to raise the money through a separate special warrant article, it hits the taxpayer the same way. And so what I'm here to tell you, Mr. Chairman, is that when you look at the total appropriation package from 23 to 24, instead of a $1.5 million increase, we're looking at a $350,000 increase. And that's because of the hard choices that we've made, not only within the budget, but also with respect to those separate warrant articles that I mentioned earlier. That represents a 0.91% increase in the total money that we're asking the voters for from 23 to 24. When you consider what we're proposing for use of UFB, the number that we're seeking from voters through taxation this year is $185,821 in addition to what we got last year. That is a 0.48% increase. And so as I suggested to you, Mr. Chairman, this is the number that I believe really matters, and I think it reflects not only hard choices, but also a real commitment to making sure that these conditions don't hit the taxpayer too hard.
Any questions from anyone? So I'm
sorry.
Sorry, I don't have a budget book in front of me, so I can't look some things up right now. So, but my question is around revenue. As all of us can probably surmise, all of the rental car companies aren't buying brand-new cars because they can't get them. So they're using vehicles that are older, which of course will generate less revenue, because older vehicles generate less revenue. If you go through any of the dealerships, locally or anywhere around the country, lots are up to, 2/3 empty. So no one's buying new cars. When we're not registering new cars, we generally don't get as much revenue. So a little bit on like what's happening to our motor vehicle line, because that is essential to our funding.
That is about, that's not about that. We have budgeted currently at $8,950,000. What I do is I take a look at the last 3, 5, 7, 10 years. I take the average for all those. I also will then take the high, take the low, I'll take the median number for each month during those times, and I will determine what I feel is a comfortable number to put in there. I can't predict whether or not people will go sell all their cars and buy, 1980s cars, or if they're going to buy brand new cars. I can't predict that, so that's why I take that average. At that point, like I said, I will take a look at if we were to hit the high every month, if we would hit the low every month. The only time that, in order to get this number, the only one that we would fail at would be is if we were to hit the low every month during those times. And what's important to keep in mind there is typically when it's a low, so let's say we have the lowest in May, if you were to look in June, it's typically higher than it normally would be because people didn't register on May 31st, they registered on June 1st. So I take a look at that, and then I determine what number I feel comfortable with budgeting at.
So a follow-up to Chairman's question, is that number that you're budgeting more than last year or less than last year?
It is the same as last year.
It's what?
It's the same as last year.
So that's the concern.
8.950, but revenues for 2019 were 9.2. So what he's saying is he's picked a number he's comfortable with based on what was probably the last high at 9.2 and what's the low at 9 million. I think that's what you said.
I take it for a longer period than just what's in the book right now. But yes, that is essentially what I do.
2022 actual amount was 9.5. It's just a number of concern for obvious reasons.
And it's one, and that concern is part of the reason why I haven't bumped it up to 9 million, despite the fact the last 3 years have been at 9 million.
Okay.
I mean, it's only 50,000 increase. Yep, 50,000 increase, but where we don't know what people are going to do with cars, and as you mentioned, the rentals are a huge portion of that. If they're not able to get vehicles, they're not able to register them. So that kind of comes into play of keeping it at that point, because if we don't hit that number, we have to either get revenues elsewhere or draw down on fund balance because we have not hit our revenue number.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, I'm sorry.
in terms of EV vehicles, do we track that at all to see the increase in purchases for those?
In terms of what?
Electronic vehicle,
So I'm not,
Where is
that
it?
I would not be sure of. I'm not sure if we track those, if there's a way to
because that
track
to me,
those. I
John,
can
would
reach
be-
out to the town clerk
that would
about
be the
that.
change where not purchasing used vehicles anymore, but we're gonna transition more to electric vehicles.
Which should drive our revenue up.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're able to track that. I can reach out to
we
the
should. I
town
think-
clerk office and to see if we can.
Okay.
I don't think we have like EV plates like other, we'd have to find out what DMV is
Yeah.
doing. Good question, though. Anyone else? Next slide.
Mr. Chairman, very briefly, I think it's an appropriate time to forecast for you, and some of these have been on the list before, what's coming down the pike. We just came back into possession of the Lions Hall. That comes with a whole host of problems that are going to require money to solve. As I suggested to the council, I think we shouldn't rush the process. We need to figure out what we want to do with that building and what the investment is that goes along with that.
So that everybody knows, the low number is 850, the high number is 3 million. Ballpark.
That's right. They're no small numbers. Sewer and water infrastructure, the water piece, we've talked about. The sewer piece, we need to make investments in our sewer system in order to facilitate development. That's something that we work on almost every day here at Town Hall. We need to continue to do that. The DPW facility, I think most of you have toured that facility. I had one impression of that before my tour, and I certainly left with a different impression. We need to start talking about upgrading that facility down there, and perhaps it could be done in a way to facilitate a year-round drop-off center or some other improvements that could be paired with that kind of a project. And then cemetery. You may hear a little bit about this in the DPW presentation. You may not. We are running out of space to bury our residents, and we are required by law to be in the cemetery business or to make appropriate arrangements. So it is important that the voters recognize that comes at a cost, and we need to make sure that that doesn't get away from us. Here is the budget calendar from here on out. And bear with me, Mr. Chairman. I'll say one thing before I briefly close, and that is that you'll hear from the department heads now. I've been crystal clear with the department heads that I don't expect them to agree with me on everything. I want them to talk with you about what they think their needs and requirements are, to include some of those $300,000+ items that didn't make it into the town manager's budget. And so There may be some daylight between me and the department heads on some of these items, but I think healthy disagreement is never a bad thing, and ultimately it's up to the council and the voters to make these decisions. And so in closing, Mr. Chairman, in the face of budgetary and economic headwinds, we've made hard choices. I submit to you that these choices, if adopted, will serve the town well for years, because even though we again propose an operating budget under default, for the first time in a decade, we propose to right-size neglected lines while under default and reduce funding for police positions that have never been filled, with zero impact on the functional size of the police department or on services. In proposing this budget, we make important steps towards transparency. We favor a budget that tells taxpayers what we need and where we need it, instead of telling taxpayers what we need in total and to trust us with the rest. Recognizing the inflationary strains on every household and the increases to default resulting from the same factors, as outlined, we also propose more modest requests outside the budget by separate warrant article than would be typical. In closing, we present a budget that reallocates our limited resources without imposing an unfair burden on our taxpayers. We suggest this is the most transparent budget proposed in years, and we look forward to working with the Town Council, Budget Committee, and community to refine it further.
Any further questions before we take a break? Who's going next? All right, so we're gonna come back and, we'll come back, work on that. Is that too quick? Yeah, we'll come back at 10 o'clock, give you a chance to get set up. Thank you, and see you in a few minutes.
Your police chief. I'm joined today by members of the command staff, Captain Tim O'Donoghue, who oversees the airport division. I've got Captain Patrick Cheatham, who oversees the services division. And next to him is Captain Mark Morrison, who oversees our Legal Bureau of Professional Standards and also oversees the COLIA for the department. Who is not here today is Captain Jason Breen. He is the division commander for operations. I think he'd rather be here today. He's actually in transition and moving today, emptying out a house and while supervising 2 twin girls at the same time. I'm sure that's a lot to do. So without further ado, I'm going to have Captain O'Donoghue come up here and give you guys a brief overview of MHD.
Good morning. I think I'm kind of happy to go first. A lot of heavy conversations today. I get to tell you about money that we're going to bill somebody else and we're not going to pay for ourselves, so that's pretty good. I think as most of you know, the city of Manchester owns the airport and they operate it through its Department of Aviation. Their Department of Aviation runs on its own self-supporting enterprise fund. So accordingly, there's no tax dollars that pay for the airport division, nothing from the city of Manchester or the taxpayers of Manchester or the taxpayers of Londonderry. So everything comes via that enterprise fund. In crafting our budget, we are contractually obligated to the airport to provide 1 captain, 5 sergeants, and 12 patrol officers. We're currently minimally staffed on all shifts, meaning we're down 4 officers and we staff 8 patrol bodies at this time. In coming up with our budget, we just simply come up with an approximate cost for each officer. We add in a number of other things. There's a modest administrative fee. I say modest. We multiply the hours worked times 2.5, and we come up with an approximate $100,000 additional bill we give to the airport. So it does generate a bit of revenue. We also project some overtime. We factor in some incidentals and factor in, again, a small amount of training. So again, right now, our projection for fiscal year '24 is to bill approximately $2.9 million to the airport. That number is likely to change. I think as the town manager mentioned, collective bargaining is really gonna impact that as we staff. Again, only 1 captain is not subject to the agreement, but the 5 sergeants and the 12 patrol, they are subject to that agreement. So that number is likely, probably gonna come up, but we'll have to see where that goes. And then finally, additional funding for airport division operations come via state homeland security funding and grant funding. We do a lot of our deterrence mission comes via these funds. We partner with TSA for some of this. We partner with the National Guard's CST, Weapons of Mass Destruction, New Hampshire State Police EOD, Department of Homeland Security, and the Air Marshals for a lot of those. So those operations are typically funded via grant. And that's all I have.
Any questions? Airport division? Yes?
Sure. So does Manchester typically fund us for what we request?
Yeah, so fortunately, it's all contractual based. So what we do work, we have a very good relationship with them. We've been there a long time now. So whatever needs we have, they're pretty good. Whether it's, for example, the airport side bought 4 vehicles off our old lease package. So, you know, it's one of those things, we had an aging vehicle set, we reach out to them and say, hey, we'd like to do this. And then, of course, they're on board. Generally speaking, in terms of equipment, they like us to look, feel, and operate just like we would town side. So they're usually amenable to helping us in that effort too. So.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when is our contract up?
So
with the
this
airport?
past July, we entered the first of the remaining two-year renewals. So right now, approximately 3.5 years left. I expect we'll open that contract negotiation up probably starting next July or the following.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes?
So how does the city of Manchester look at this and say, oh, what did you spend last year and this year, and say, well, what's the disparity here, or how does that work?
Again, it's so contractual based that there's really not a whole lot of pushback on it. Like it's pretty, 98 cents of every dollar is going to pay in benefits in terms of the airport division. So there's not a whole lot of fat there. So they understand what it is. We report to them weekly as to what we're billing on a weekly basis. So we're pretty open and transparent.
all right.
Again, we have a fantastic working relationship with them. So it's one of those things. It's pretty well oiled and they understand our needs.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Can you explain, we're only staffing 8 officers to them right now?
Yep.
How does that work? Are they, scrambling for more officers, or how do they adjust that up and down over time?
So that 8 number right now, it's a bit of 2 things. One, it was pandemic level staffing. So there was originally an ask by them for us to come down on level. And fortunately for us, we had open positions, I think, as you guys have heard about. So the town side absorbed those positions. So it was kind of nice that that was there because, you know, we're not laying anybody off. So based on economic conditions at the airport, or just in general, the airline industry, the town took those positions on. It's been difficult for us to bring that staffing back up, but we work with them and they're pretty understanding. So this year, we expected to go up for FY23, and we were gonna fund, for example, one of those positions for half the year on them. They asked us to just hold off again based on economic conditions, so. It works out, the economic factors for them and the staffing factors us actually kind of align right now. So that's where we're at the 8.
But as we come out of the pandemic and things hopefully return to normal at the airport, you see those numbers going back up?
Yeah, I expect to, we're budgeting for, and I expect to get 4 additional officers back up and running by July. That's the intent anyway.
Anyone else? So what I will tell you is as a frequent user of the, or becoming a more frequent user after COVID, I've always viewed this as a visibility job. So at last week at 11:30 at night, I got off a Southwest airline flight, and there were 3 officers there to meet the flight. Now, I'm sure they weren't there to meet me.
They knew you were coming.
But the other 180 people who got off that flight, that's what they saw. It was the only flight coming in at that time, and all 3 officers were there. So, I mean, good showing for Londonderry. I mean, I know they're I think that makes people feel good.
I tell people, it's one of those things, you're standing in Londonderry. Like, if something occurs there, we would have to go anyway. We would have to send an officer anyway. The benefit here is that it's being paid for via that enterprise fund that runs the airport. Because we'd be going, if there's an accident out there on the curb, Londonderry Police would be sending a car up there to address it. So it really is a beneficial relationship for us, because so much of that, approximately 90% of it, is in Londonderry.
Just want to say real quick, Mr. Chair, if I can. So you mentioned there's a small profit that we make based on that billing, and I just want to, it's about 83,000 a year, which is pretty good. So I just want to say that I really appreciate the structure of the contract that we have for that, and it'll be interesting coming up in the next couple of years how we, put together a proposal. So, thanks.
Yeah,
I didn't have a
my-
question,
no.
statement.
All right, my pleasure.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Captain O'Donohue. So, as always, we try to maintain these goals here for the police department: effective budget management, recruitment, training, and supervision, and community partnerships. We just talked about the airport real quick. That doesn't happen out of luck. It happens out of good partnership, the word transparency, which we hear a ton of today. That's how that happens. It happens because we, as the Londonderry Police Department, provide outstanding officers to MHD to represent you as the town council, you as the citizens of Londonderry. So we're going to continue to do that. We're going to go through some slides here and talk about the needs of the department. Real quick, for those who like data and those who don't, we'll keep it short and sweet. Here's some historical data, last 5 years. You can see what happened with COVID. You can see the dips. Things are slowly starting to come out in 2001. So we're going to be, my guess is that by next year, these slides will be back to where we were pre-COVID. One of the things I like to talk about that's not on here is that the time spent for officers responding to calls for mental health crisis. We spend more time with that than most calls now. It's not slowing down. I think this is the trend that we're going to see, continue to see upward. When an officer spends time on one of those calls, it's not a 5-minute call. Those things last a long time. Long time meaning they could be there for half an hour, 45 minutes, or longer, trying to help people in need at that moment. So, building maintenance. So as you guys heard today from the town manager, there are needs that the police department has. And let me just say that, much like Mr. Campo, I'm a very frugal man myself. It drives everybody in my agency crazy. I am cheap. I love it. But there are some things here that we just can't be cheap with anymore, and that they do need to be fixed. And I'm going to say this. I realized that we were in a default budget for a long time. It was a benefit to the taxpayers to not have their taxes increase. There were moments in that 10, 12 years that we had to do what we had to do to provide for the community. In that same sentence here, looking back on, as the town manager indicated, that we've given back a surplus. We have. We've given back money. But every time we do this, it's on the backs of our employees. Every time we have to fix something, that is a body, that is an officer's position that we were not able to fill. This isn't about pointing fingers. This is, to me, I look at it in this sense. I like analogies. They all hate it when I do this. But I look at some of these issues that we faced, kind of like a cut on your finger. You look down, you're like, oh boy, this isn't good. No one wants to go get a shot or stitches, so what do? You put a Band-Aid on it and hope that doesn't get infected. Then what happens? A couple weeks later, it's infected. So now you gotta go back and start all over again, and you gotta go taken care of the right way. Band-Aids are temporary, just like this default budget, in my opinion. It was temporary. Here's an example of why we need to take a strong look at this moving forward. Here's our building maintenance. I got this off of the town side of 5-year look back. We're budgeted for $18,718. Here are some costs. What I did, I just took 4 from the last couple of years, 4 examples of where we spend some of this money. Again, $18,000. Some of these things are contractual that we have to take care of. Things like HVAC, when things go wrong, we gotta fix them. Hilliard is what we use for our toiletries, cleaning supplies, things of that nature. Hampshire Fire Protection, we gotta have the system monitored yearly. While we talk about building maintenance and things like this, we're closing in on 20-year-old building now. Think about that for a minute. If you folks didn't do any upgrades to your house and you didn't maintain it over 20 years, what happens? It starts falling apart, and then it's beyond repair, and then what do? You look at your spouse and you decide, is it worth it for us to keep on dumping money in this house, or do you bail? We don't have that option. You guys have provided us with an amazing building. You guys have provided us with a budget to keep it in check, and that's what we've done. We have done that for close to 20 years. It comes with a cost. That cost is people. We're looking at many areas that still need to be updated. So again, 20 years worth of the same paint. We're starting to paint the building. We're looking at ways to improve the agency. Here's an example here, building maintenance. As you can see on the left, we spoke a couple of weeks ago with Dave Wally about this panel. This panel is down, it's temporary, out of service. To get this panel repaired, and I know people are gonna ask if it's fixable, it's beyond repair. These parts are no longer available to us, so we need a whole new system. That could be up to 30, 35,000. Where's that gonna come from? We gotta figure that out. On the right-hand side, this is, it's kinda ugly, isn't it? So that's what we see upstairs in the admin wing. That's where our secretary, Suzanne Hebert, sits every day for the last 18 and a half years, listening to all those mechanics, watching the flies come down, the heat pouring up there, and in the summertime, the AC just going out. That right there is a department issue, and I plan on fixing that. And how am I gonna do that? Well, not with 18,000, because that's not gonna be enough to cover the entire agency. What we need to do with that, for example, is when we met with the Energy Task Force Committee a couple weeks back, it was supposed to be, I think, an hour. I think they were with me for about 2.5, showing them, as I will share with the Budget Committee, ways that we try to save. Save is important because we have to put the money where the needs are. This right here is a waste of heating. It's a waste of cooling. We need to close that off. And when we think about these things, you know, it's not like just you gotta put up a piece of sheetrock. You can't just put up a piece of plastic. You know, we have to do what's in the best interest of that area. And fortunately, what we do is we hire the people to do it. Now, another cost savings to talk about today, when we hire our maintenance personnel. So several years back, Mike Cousins was our maintenance facilities guy for the PD. And when we hire people to do the work inside, it saves the taxpayers lots of money. I'll give you one example. So Mike came to us with about 38 years of experience from Seabrook Power Plant, being a steam fitter, pipe fitter, plumber, the whole 9 yards. We had some issues that had come up. And while Mike was servicing the building and looking at stuff, realize that the photo on the left, that's behind the cells. So in those cells, we had the stainless steel toilets. They're all big one unit. They're original. They're starting to rot out. They're rotting out because the water's bad, the brass, the copper, all these things that kind of help deteriorate the stainless. Mike had experience in, obviously, plumbing, fitting, and rigging up, welding stainless. He was able to take those apart and temporarily fix these things because of his knowledge. Now, if we had to have somebody come in and do that, we were probably looking at about $5,000 for one toilet. We have 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 in the cell block area. So again, these are the things that we collectively do not think about. We think we have a nice building. We don't have toilets like we all have at home. We don't have those. So that wall there, some of the fittings that were used back then are starting to go. So same thing, Mike was able to fix it and save the taxpayers thousands of dollars by doing that. Other areas of savings, I'm sure the budget committee is going to love to hear, is that when we do these things, we preventative maintenance. Mike was able to save us a lot of money and fire what we thought was a good vendor, because they were not giving us what we thought we were paying for a service. He was able to find out that on this preventative maintenance checklist, they were saying they were giving us A, B, and C, but his knowledge and experience led us to believe that we were not. And he proved them wrong, and we replaced them. Again, saving money, because we have to, being financially responsible with the taxpayer's dollar. We hire the people to do it rather than subbing it out. And we're lucky. Now we have J.R. Valenti. J.R. is another man who is well-versed in the construction field, a jack of all trades. And another example of that, another example of what he has done for us that you guys don't see on the slide here, because I was told to keep it to a half an hour, so I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to talk fast, too, to get through this. So one
So,
of the things,
Chief, take your time, all right? We're here to listen.
well, hey.
All right? And if
we
it takes 31 minutes, it takes 31 minutes.
So I get 31. Got it.
32, you're cut.
31, all right. So, one thing I did not put in there, but I'll tell you about. So, for those of you who have toured our facility, our old patrol room, again, starting to fall apart, looked ruddy. It was starting to need a replacement. Knowing that our patrol bureau couldn't all fit in this one area safely, partially due to COVID-2, we're looking for ways to expand and give them a better area to work. So what we did was we moved them from one area of the PD to the other. Now, the cost savings came here. JR's skills and abilities as an employee of the police department, who works for you as well, was able to build us new cubicles and desk areas, repaint and refresh this area. Don't quote me, for about $6,000. You can't get anyone as a contractor to come to your house and do anything for $6,000. Cost taxpayers $6,000, and this place looks like $1 million.
Yeah.
Because he was able to save us money. And I asked him, being cheap, I said to him, hey, what would this cost if you did this for a job outside of here? Easily $20,000 to $25,000. So we have two options. We either continue to do business as we have, or we sub everything out and it costs a lot more money. This seems like a no-brainer to me. I think we continue to operate the way we have done over Chief Hart's tenure. We need to keep on doing that. We need to keep things in-house for the taxpayers' savings. I think it's financially sound. I think it's smart. I think it's reasonable. And it's time-consuming when we have to try to hire a contractor to come in. So that's some of the areas that we're going to look to continue to do in the agency. Painting, fixing sheetrock, ceilings that have been leaking for a long time, the overhead that you saw in the admin. These are all things that we think about to try to save money. We're not wasting money. We get back a surplus, and again, for things that we need, not for things that we want. You will never see me come up here and ask you for wants. If you see me, it's a need. It's a need, and I'm not going to beg you, but I'll show you why I need it. Next thing, vehicle maintenance. So, as you folks know, we have what we call a lease program for our fleet. The vehicle maintenance line for our fleet is $4,000. Now, while we all sit here and say $4,000, well, we had to do cutbacks at one point, and I believe that might have been FY16-ish. I think, Mr. Chair, you would probably remember exactly. So looking back, we had to reduce. And when we reduced, we had to save for the taxpayers, and we did that. Unfortunately, this is what happens the last 5 years. So we have, on our fleet line, we've got a total of 28 vehicles. 23 of those we cycle out every 3 years. Saves the town a lot of money when we do this. But as you see on that chart, the influx was basically on the year 3 of the lease. Now, before everybody starts saying, well, why does it cost so much money? Let me explain a police car. A police car is not like yours at home. These things are run 24/7, 3 shifts. Think about that for a minute. 3 shifts, they're run almost daily, except for the weekends when the Monday through Friday people aren't there. So idle time, brakes, tires, rotors, all those things are 24/7. Police cars go from A to B, sometimes quick, brakes, tires, rotors, all the time. So when you look at that slide that I had back there, you will see that generally they increase as the lease goes on. So in the first year of the lease, it's not so bad. Some of the costs that we have to think about, and I want to share with you folks today, and for those of you in the Budget Committee who may be new to this, here's an example. So oil changes alone are $60 per car. And I don't want to brag, but there is a place in town that happens to like the police department, and they try to support the police department and realize that they're going to try to give us a break here. Good partnership with the community. They give us a decent break on oil changes. So oil changes are roughly $5,000 a year. We're already over, just oil changes alone. Inspections, we don't have a choice either. We got to inspect the police fleet. We can't run around with uninspected vehicles. Tires are going up. We talked about this with other budget lines, as the town manager pointed out. Everything is increasing all around us. So what does that mean for the police department? Well, we have to budget appropriately and conservatively for what we think is going to come up.
Can I ask you a question
we
about
know.
Can I ask you a question about tires?
Sure.
So when anybody buys a new car today, probably everybody pretty much notices that 30,000 miles, your tires are done,
Correct.
because that's what the car companies do. Do they do the same thing to us?
I believe so, sir.
Maybe we should ask Ford to put appropriate tires on the car when we lease them from the beginning.
Right.
Just an idea.
It's a great idea, and again, I'm sure that would come with a significant cost increase.
Well,
And-
I know it's not, going to be free, but,
So this is an example. Now, not to put panic in people's heads here about tires. So there are some vehicles that obviously don't go through that much or that rotation of tires as often. One of those, for example, if you think about it, would be like the SRO vehicles. They kind of go to and from the schools and in between. So they're not used as much for tires, but they sit longer, which causes brakes and rotors to go quicker. So those of you that know vehicles at all, you know that if you don't use it, they kind of erode. So brakes and rotors have gone up significantly in the last 3 or 4 years. So that's why I put in there, if average of a year to a year and a half, we have to do these things for an entire fleet. A battery for a vehicle, again, not like your home vehicle that you drive every day. This is running lights, all the equipment that's inside there, and the cars are stopping, starting, all year long, 24/7. We have to maintain our cars, for example, wipers, washer fluids, scrapers, flares, emergency kits, things of that nature. That's not all free, but it's things that we don't think about when we're up here presenting, or that you guys are sitting up here contemplating where to put your money for your police department needs. These are things that we need. I can't have an officer jumping into a car with no scraper and using his hand. That's crazy. Can't have officers go into crashes with no flares. Can't have those things. These things all cost money. And even car washes and detailing, things that you guys probably don't know. I'm happy to tell you, when we have someone who is contaminated, pukes, urinates, whatever you want to call it, in the back of a cruiser, we got to clean them. So we hire someone to come in and do that. I'm not going to expose the personnel that work for you to go do that. Someone has to do it. It's not free. So as I said earlier, what we know is that everything is going up. If anybody in here can tell us how much they're going to go up, then I would ask for that exact dollar for FY24. I don't know. But I can tell you that over the average, what I'm going to be asking for this to be funded is very similar to the range that the town manager and the finance director gave us. So my ask on that was in the vicinity of $61,145. Moving on in the slide to area of importance here. We talked a lot about cutting positions. We talked a lot about not being able to fill. We talked about the airport being at minimum staffing. We talked about our contracted obligation to fulfill that with the airport. Again, just to reiterate, down 4 at the airport. So staffing and recruiting. We hit the next slide. Staffing and recruiting, if you take a look at this, here's where we've been since 2019. Since 2019, we had a total of 220 officers apply to Londonderry Police Department, 101 failed. So what this is, for those that don't know, they have to sit through a written exam, 100-question test, so on. If they make that, they go to the PT, which is a physical fitness test, which is a 1.5-mile run, bench press, sit-ups, all that good PT stuff. 101 fail that. The oral board is where they sit down in a panel, much like you all up here today, asking questions. It's what we do to them. We got to find the right fit, and 57 of those members who want to become an officer failed. Background failure is 13, and the withdrew from the process was 39. Now, withdrew can be a lot of things. It could be that these people had a job offer for some other agency that hired them or gave an offer before we did because they're not as thorough as we are. Maybe they were desperate and they were dangling the sign-on bonus waiver or offer in front of someone, and they jumped on that. We're not cutting our hiring. We're not cutting our backgrounds. We are not giving out bonuses or sign-on bonuses to attract people. We are not a desperate town, and I am not a desperate police chief. I don't think that's money well spent for the taxpayers. We'll not do that. We're going to stick to what we do because it's proven to work. So we've hired 17 officers since 2019. I can tell you that a neighboring town is down 4, and they've offered a $21,000 sign-on bonus. So I'm standing here today saying to you folks, we are okay. We are getting better, and we are still better than the people that are trying to be us. We're getting better. So currently, we have 6 conditional offers out there. So the conditional offer means this. They made it through the application process, the written, the PT, the oral board, the background, and they made it to the command staff, where we sit down and ask them questions about why they want to be a Londonderry officer. We spend time with them for about a half an hour, seeing if it's a right fit to present to you folks on the town council, the community, what we believe is ideal candidates to serve in this community. So when we look at these things here, I want to highlight something that's so important. Like most jobs, even jobs in the town hall, for example, someone can give a resignation notice in 2 weeks, which happens to us on occasion as well. In most businesses, unlike the police department, we can't hire somebody in 2 weeks. It takes us 4 to 6 months to hire one cop, 4 to 6 months. Now, if you think about this, because I know the budget committee wants to hear savings.
We all do.
Well, you're gonna hear this one. Think about this, those 17 people that we hired, 8 of those were certified cops. So we just saved you folks $800,000 by hiring a certified police officer, 8 of them, without giving a sign-on bonus. And you know how that happens? That happens because of our reputation. That happens because of the culture that this police department breeds. We have hired certified officers from neighboring agencies who had sign-on bonuses. They came here. They came here because of our culture, our department, the community support that they get, they see from their friends that work here. They left departments that had bad culture. They left departments that didn't support their police. They left departments or the towns that didn't support them. They went to one where they knew that they would be appreciated and they would be given the support from their command staff. That's what we do. We support the men and women of your Londonderry Police Department. Our culture is phenomenal. I got handed this, much like Mac Jones got handed the Patriots, right? You get this phenomenal organization, you walk into it, everybody loves you. Very lucky. But that doesn't happen by accident. That happens because the town council has supported the police department. And I tell people many times, how do things work over there? I say this all the time. We're very fortunate. I've said this about the Mr. Chairman here. I have never heard of another agency or another town where they speak so well and represent and go to bat for their public service. This place is the best, and we gotta keep it that way. And how we're gonna keep it that way is simple. We're gonna continue to recruit. And for those, again, I like to share what you don't know. So yes, we may be down 4 positions. We got 6 in the works. So here's of interest. So there's approximately 208 municipalities in the state of New Hampshire who have cops. Then you take a look at, you've got 2 college universities, 10 sheriff's departments, and 5 on the state level, all for 1 police academy in the state of New Hampshire. The police academy runs 3 times a year, anywhere from 55 to 67 recruits per class, depending on their ability at the academy. So think about that, 3 times a year, and you have over 200 agencies vying for the same people and spots in the academy. There's a bottleneck. So when we stand up here today, and I say to you why I don't think it's a good idea to take people from us, I can tell you that I have a lot of confidence in the recruitment division in this agency. I have a lot of faith that if this contract works out, again, people are gonna wanna continue to flock here. We could give a $50,000 sign-on bonus, but if our culture is terrible, and if our community and our town council does not support us, they're not gonna come here. We're not gonna go down that road. So when we talk about the next slide, here's where it gets, so I had to make them color-coded because I can't see too good, and I think this really emphasizes where we're at. So if you take a look, we're budgeted for 67 officers in this PD. Now, again, as the town manager alluded, he would like us to advocate for our departments. So let me say this. I am advocating for the men and women of this police department to hear me out, and I'm asking for support here. The blue is gonna represent, that's our MHT staff. That's what we have to give them contractually. Okay? Do we want to default on that partnership by not providing the service that they have asked? We have had this for a long time. The green represents the Detective Bureau at Londonderry Police Department. The red indicates the services. Services is those who train, recruit. The yellow is going to indicate our SROs. We have 4. The purple highlights our command staff. That includes myself, 4 captains, and the lieutenants. And while that may look like a lot, you need supervision. You need proper supervision to maintain a good culture. You need that to reduce liability. And you need that so that way we can set the tone and the tempo for what supervision is, so we can properly provide the adequate service that you folks demand of us. Without proper supervision, we find ourselves in a liability issue. A liability issue, which we don't supervise properly, has to get settled and paid for by the taxpayer. We're not doing that. You look at the orange. The orange represents the patrol sergeants. I've got 5 here, 5 for the airport. You need supervisors on every shift. Again, you can't run a road shift with no road sergeant. Can't do it. That one shadowed position at the end, that's a workman's comp. Light duty, whatever you want to call it. We average 2 to 3 of those per year on average. Now, when you think about that, well, they're not there. They cut against minimum staffing, which means every person that we don't have working who's on light duty, vacation, minimum staffing means that anytime someone bangs out sick, takes a vacation day, we have to cover it and fill it with overtime. There's no way around it. There's no way around it without safely providing the services to this community. We're not going to negligently handle those calls for service by not having adequate staffing. We're not going to do that. Which leads us to the last part. So currently we're looking at 17. Now you guys may think that 17 is not bad. Well, I can tell you that 17 cops to monitor days, afternoons, and midnights in town is not enough. Here's why. Of those 17 cops that are working in town providing the service for this community, one of those guys takes a sick day. Someone's getting ordered over. Someone's on vacation for a whole week to spend time with their family and get a mental break from this place. 40 hours of vacation. That means officers are filling that. What happens then is when people are forced over, and I'm not going to ask this as a panel question, but this is what we think about in the police department. How many jobs do you have, what is today? That's almost, all right, let's say at 2 o'clock the next shift starts. Okay, we're at minimum staffing on days right now. There's 3 cops patrolling, there's 1 supervisor and a lieutenant. Somebody calls out sick right now. If one of these men or women who are on the job right now has to call their spouse and say, I just got ordered over. Ordered over means they don't have a choice, they don't get a say. We don't get to flip a quarter. If the supervisor says you are staying to cover the vacancy on afternoon shift, you're staying. So they gotta call their spouse and say, sorry, I can't go with you to the in-laws for dinner or apple picking or a family photo shoot. These things happen all the time. If you ask the police, 17 of them next door, what is one thing they need that I will advocate for? And they're gonna say relief. Relief means staffing. Relief means additional bodies to cover, to get above minimum staffing. Nobody wants to work minimum staffing. It's not safe. It's completely irresponsible for me as a department head to know that the men and women of that agency, when you are forced over time and time again, it affects morale and your mental health. I don't want to stand here today and say to you folks, we should not have done that, but I will. We need to think about this before we cut police. There's 6 pending. That's going to be a little bit of a break. But again, of those 6 that are pending backgrounds right now, I will tell you that we have 2 cops right now who are going to be retiring between now and January 1. 2 more. 2 more. And these guys have served in the agency for 25 years and 21. What are we going to do? They can retire tomorrow and go find another job. They don't have to be forced over. They don't have to be working a midnight shift. They're not forced to be canceling stuff. So of those 6 that we're going to bring on, so 2 of those are going to be replacements. So here's my vacancies. These are the 4 positions that we're looking to save money to properly fund other areas. So those 4 positions there are part of my vision plan as the chief of police. I had said to you folks before, and I had this conversation with the town manager, there are visions that I have as a police chief. And I know what the needs are of this agency and this community. I'm not going to stand here and tell you what the wants are. I already said that. The needs are to maintain our staffing. Those 4 positions right there, 2 of them I plan on putting in detectives. People are going to say, why is that? Why do you need 6 detectives? Because those detectives right there, for those of you who saw, we had a burglary, a robbery, whatever you folks want to call it, at St. Mary's Bank. That takes a detective, in that case 2 or 3 of them, away from the desk, who are working on backgrounds, who are working on aggravated felonious sexual assault cases of minors, who are doing backgrounds for the fire department, who are doing fraud, who are doing other white-collar crimes that we need to investigate. Our citizens are victims of these crimes, but we are taking them away to go handle other duties, right? One detective can spend up to 100 hours doing a background alone, 120 hours dealing with a sex assault case. Never mind being called out for an untimely, a suicide, an incident. Of those 17 and of those detectives, we've got 18 officers or more working the elections on Tuesday. Now, people may sit here and say, well, that's their job. It is. Some of them are being ordered to work a day off. It's public safety. It's what we do. We will work within the confines that you guys give us. We will do that. But the men and women of this agency who have to go and do these things, Old Home Day, all these things come with a cost. And I'm going to tell you that we are very frugal in how we position officers. Old Home Day was a very expensive Old Home Day this year, $18,000. Now, people might think that's ridiculous. Well, we had 4 or 5 days plus planning, operational planning. People like myself, other command staff members who are doing, should be doing other duties are also helping out, pulling detectives, SROs, you name it. Everybody, it's all hands on deck when we do that because we have to provide for the community. So when I look at these things here, and I cannot stand here and agree that we should be pulling more cops from our roster. Back in 2006, I don't know, other than probably the town chairman, in 2006, when we were all working here, MHT, we had 72 on roll here, 72 officers for this police department and MHT. We had that up until approximately 2010, 2011-ish. What happened then was the start of that recession period. So what ended up happening is, I believe, and the town chairman can correct me, I believe that what we were given at that moment in time was a reduction. And that's when default, I think, started. So we had to cut back. MHT, at that moment, our business partner, decided they had to take a look at their business model as well. They had to cut 5 positions. So if we were at minimum staffing and we cut our police personnel down to 63 cops, and they want theirs back, we don't have the bodies to give them. We don't have the bodies to give them. What happens then? I can tell you what I would do. I'm gonna have to pull a detective. I'm gonna have to take 2 SROs. That's what I'll have to do. You want me to manage the police department? That's what I'll do. So we look at those, and they are areas of need. They are not areas of want. Now, we're gonna continue to recruit great people. We will lose people. This is what happens in police work. These are the benefits about being an officer of public safety. You do your time in the hole, you get out, you go spend time with your family and make up for the time you've lost.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the MHT contract started at 24 officers, I believe, right? Sounds about
I
right.
think 24 or 25, correct.
Right.
Because, yes, we were,
Because that was the last time we did a big ramp up in hiring, and then we moved to 2, 3, and then 4 SROs over the 2012 to 2015 period. It's a ballpark.
yes. And then I think that fourth, or that third or fourth SRO, again, I think 2 of them were on the ballot, I believe, and 2 of them we provide.
Okay, so something, if you could help us
Sure.
with, I'd like to know, since 2010, how many officers have left the agency? I don't even know it now, but if you can bring that number to us at some point, that would be great.
I could look from 2010 to, yeah,
From 2010 to now, so over that 12-year period,
sure.
what I'm trying to accomplish is I know we did a lot of hires in 2006. I want to see what that run rate is from 2010 to 2012, because when we look out to 2026, and I'm talking calendar, not fiscal, then we have a projection of, I think, where we're going.
Sure. And Mr. Chair, thank you for pointing that out. Just to touch on that, when we took over the airport duties, we had to hire a lot of personnel. Some of those personnel are still here, the 2006 group, that's what we call them. There was a lot of them. Those folks are nearing their 20 years as well. So the cycle that we saw, the mass exodus, if you would, that was from prior to me. Back in '01, they had hired a group, and they had talked about this years ago. Chief Joe Ryan and Chief Hart had said that they will come when that whole shift moves out, have a whole new influx of young officers in a new police department. We're there again, okay? That's where we're at. This is why we had shortages. And we lost many officers who left before the age of retirement or the age to retire for better opportunities out there, for better pay. And it is what it is. That's, why would they want to stay when they can go make 150 rather than being a cop working midnights being ordered over for 100? So these are the challenges that we face. I do believe that we can fill them. And how I'm going to do that is asking you folks today to take a hard look at the lines that are not properly funded. We shouldn't have to go back to our agency and tell the men and women that it's going to be on their backs again for 10 more years. I don't want to do that. These people deserve to have full staffing. They deserve to not be denied vacation days. They deserve to not be forced over. We will work within the confines in which you give us, by all means, as we have. And just for the, again, this word transparency today, it keeps on rolling the back of my brain like a marble. We are very responsible. This police department, and I don't think I'm wrong on this one, close to $2 million we're able to give back in the last 10 or 12 years. $2 million. On the backs of the employees, because we didn't properly fund all the other lines. We did what we were told to do. And to give back, I think that's phenomenal. It shows financial responsibility, stability, good decision-making. But that didn't just happen because Chief Hart or myself are cheap. That's on the backs of the employees. So I'm asking that you folks think about that for a minute. It's on the employees if we cut stuff. When I go back, or they hear this, or they watch this, and they think that we're gonna be taking 4 positions and not funding them, we will be able to fill them. That is my proposal. My proposal is those 4, gonna add to detectives where we desperately need. And the other 2 positions that I did not talk about are the community policing aspect of this organization. We used to have a community policing department when I first got hired here in 2001. When times got tough, they cut positions. We haven't filled it. That is on my chief's vision plan. I need a community relations contact officer. What is that? It is to have an officer full-time who is working in the community, senior center, the schools, the churches, the library, wherever we need them to maintain a healthy relationship with the public. We have a phenomenal relationship. I want to make it better. I think everybody in here wants us to be better. We're going to be better. And lastly, on this last slide, you can see here the proposed budget. 92% of this is personnel. The rest is support. The last slide here, we selected the slide for a reason. Pride and service. These men and women of this agency serve everybody with pride, dignity, transparency, every single day they come to work. I am proud to be your police chief. I will always serve you with dignity. I will always come here and ask you for my needs, not my wants. That's all I got.
Questions, yes, go ahead.
So, first I want to applaud you on the other screens. Overdoses were down to 12. I mean, obviously that's 12 lives that are lost, so that's very sad in itself, but considering where we were and where we're at now, I think we're doing some really great things to get that. What do you attribute that to the most? I mean, is it Narcan that's been put into?
I'm not sure if it's Narcan or not, to be honest. I think this might have a lot to do with, obviously, resources and people being more open about mental health crises. I think a lot of those things kind of go hand in hand. When people are struggling, they revert to what they know or what their weakness might be. And I think the more we talk about these and the more police and fire services, when we go to these calls, it's a joint effort 90% of the time. And a lot of these times, it's family. I think family, people take a look at what they got to lose. And, unfortunately, some of those overdoses are probably planned. Some of them are probably accidental. But, hey, as you said, a down year in that it's a good year.
Yeah. And the other question I had was on the plea for the officers and, town manager talking about moving those dollars into other areas. So one of the things that I heard loud and clear, you're saying forced overtime, and, again, part of people, leaving, part of people staying would possibly be those times that would have to be forced. Yep. Is there a way, maybe with Justin, working with him, and then maybe the next time that we have one of these sessions for budgeting, to come back and say, here's the amount of time that we've had forced overtime. And with my plan that you just talked about earlier, by saying if we had those men and women that were above and beyond what we have now, that would, I think, reduce that forced overtime. I wonder how much the dollars would be, because again, overtime is time and a half, so it's 1.5 the amount of hourly rate that you would put. I wonder if we were able to identify how much overtime that could happen and how much those dollars would pay for those 4 officers. I mean, just quickly looking at even administration, you have $100,000 just in admin, and I didn't even go through all the other, departments there. for the budgeting of overtime. I'm not saying strip overtime completely. What I'm saying is reallocate some of those dollars so that possibly we could still fund it, even though we're saying we're taking away the $446,000. Maybe we can take that $546,000 from another line item to actually fund the offices in that way. Just a thought.
Okay, real quick, it's a great point, and we'll definitely look into that. One of the things that you had just mentioned, I want to share, even though we can look for the numbers of forced overtimes, we don't track them in our computer system to say forced overtime. It's just, if you're the junior guy, you're getting held. They probably keep track of how many times that they get forced over. But again, talking about the agency and how well these men and women work together, they will take it for somebody else. So if I said to you that you're being forced over, and Patrick over here is saying, wait a minute, you got forced over twice this week already, I'll do it so you don't have to. And we don't have a way of logging that. But reducing the overtime to put it somewhere else, I can't sit here and say, again, he's the numbers guy. Maybe he can think of that. I'm 2 months into the hot seat.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of creative, I know everybody's thinking of creative ways now. I'm
Yes,
just trying to,
let's say-
I know one of the other chiefs that were up there, when he was new, he remembers, because he's in the room, that I was kind of one of those people that talked a lot about overtime, and took a chance, dug into it, really did an unbelievable job over those first 2 years that he was in place, and really got that under control and was able to grow from there. And when those type of things happen between our two, I guess, boards, there's a cooperation there, and we're more willing to kind of see the light when we have other controls that are put in there. That's all.
Great point, and I got it.
Thank you.
Yes, any other questions? Yes.
Wanted to follow up on Councilor Green's observation about the overdoses, and not looking for an answer, just sharing an observation. You had 12 on your slide. I'm curious what the fire department's numbers are for overdose responses that you may or may not, your agency may or may not be part of, and tie that in with the opioid grant settlement that we're getting. If you're seeing 12 overdoses in the community, we've got all the money from the grant, I'm just curious how that's all going to work together.
Well, that's a great question, and we are partners, and we do communicate quite a bit, but there will be medical calls that I'm sure they go on, and they transport somebody, and then I'm assuming, I don't want to speak for them, that they may not realize until after the fact. Maybe it's a prescription overdose, accidentally, purposefully, fentanyl. Anything like that, they're really good too at letting us know that, hey, you might want to look into this, this could have been. So we do partner with that pretty well. And again, as far as that grant goes or the funding, I'm not well versed in that one yet. I'll have to get with the finance director and see what that's about and take a look at it, but it's a good point, thank you.
Yes, Steve.
Just a question, you mentioned some savings from internal, I guess, the building maintenance and all that.
Yeah.
Can you just clarify who is doing that type of work?
Sure.
Are we saying police officers are doing that type of work?
No,
Helping out?
With all due respect, I don't want half of them doing that, including myself.
Yeah.
I can't even paint the room without getting the V marks in it, so, we have we call him our building maintenance guy, JR. JR, as I said earlier, he was a general contractor, had his own business for a long time. So having a guy like that doing these things saves the taxpayers 10, 15, 20,000. Like I said, that one room project alone. I mean, look what it would cost you to remodel a bathroom, right, at your
Yeah.
home. I mean, we have a guy in-house who is quite skilled, phenomenal. And I mean, if you want to take some time one day next week, call me. I will give you a tour of all the phenomenal savings that we've done in that agency. And by hiring the right people to do that. And you can pick his brain all you want. You'll be amazed at the areas that we had to save because other areas were more needed.
Yeah, Steve, keep in mind, they also have to do a background check on anybody that comes into the building, so going out to a contractor is also big. So having somebody on staff that we know is cleared is helpful. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, the aerosols. Can you tell us how many we have?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part, sir.
The resource officers
So,
in the
yeah, I
school
can.
system, how many
Yeah.
we have,
So-
how many we fund?
Okay, so right now we have 4.
Is there a need there?
We have 4. So we have a full-time SRO at the high school, the middle school, and one at the elementary school. This year, we added that 4th on August 30th at the start of the school year. to add two, so there's two for the middle school, so it's 4 total SROs, 4 total. Of those 4, I believe that 2 of those were funded and voted in by the taxpayers. Again, I think maybe that 14 to 16, maybe
Yeah,
2017.
it was at least 2, because when I joined the council, there was only one when I joined the council.
So again, Councilor Butler, it's a great question because, when you think about that, those are police officers that are in a school and they're providing a different function for the community. A very important one too. School safety and the security and the preparedness to oversee children is nothing that I want to take away from. But we also have a department, a community, which is, if we go down this road, I'm going to have to make some choices. And I'm going to always do the right thing, even if it kills me. I'll do the right thing by the men and women in this community. And of those 2, I'll keep them in the high school and middle school if I have to. That's the greatest need. And even in training, I have 1 officer assigned to training. Could I get away with 2 in training? Sure. But I need 1. If I take that 1 guy and I take 2 cops away from the school, there's 3. That'll solve the 4. That adds to patrol, but it ain't gonna help my detective bureau. I'm not gonna be able to have a community relationship officer. I'm not gonna be able to have that. I'm not gonna be able to have a victim witness advocate. These are the things that take time today. This is what community partnerships are about. You need those people.
Any other questions?
I have a comment. Historically and currently, we're an attractive department for officers. That leads other officers from other agencies to leave and come here. That's why, probably part of why we got 8 officers that we didn't have to pay for their academy. That's money savings for the town. There's a snowball effect with that. The more attractive of a police department we are for incoming officers, the more officers we get that we don't have to pay for the academy. The more officers we keep that would have left and gone to another department. And we stay attractive as a police department by maintaining a good work-life balance for our officers. I can tell you it's a terrible feeling when you get to the end of your shift and you get drafted to stay over for another 8. Happened to me on Christmas Eve one year, because I used to be a police officer. It is a terrible feeling. Also, you don't want an officer coming to your door to help you in a time of crisis that's been on the job for 15 hours. It's a bad plan. They're going from call to call to call. How many things do you think they saw in that 15 hours that they've been working on this one particular day? It's a bad plan. If we are maintaining our numbers and making life better for the officers on the street, then that helps us save money overall. We save money in overtime, we save money in officers coming in, we don't have to pay the ridiculous sign-on bonuses that other agencies are paying. It's a win overall. We need to make that snowball effect be going in the positive direction on continuing to be an attractive police department rather than in the negative direction where it becomes a place where officers don't want to be.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, just a couple of points. I want everybody to keep in mind that everything the chief is saying about the life of your average patrol officer right now is correct. And it's also important to keep in mind that at the same time, we're not aware of a time when any one of these 4 or 5 positions has ever been filled in the last 10 years. And so if having those positions unfilled is the reason that life is difficult for your average patrol officer right now, then that's been the case for the last 10 years, and I don't believe that that is the case. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, a budget is about policy. And one thing to think about is if the chief is telling you that we can fill these positions and he has a plan to do it, it should cut down on the number of overtime hours that we need to budget for. By our calculations, hiring those 4 officers should give us an additional 8,300 hours of road coverage that we wouldn't need to budget for in terms of overtime. We've averaged about 15,000 overtime hours a year over the last 5 years. So I would suggest to you that there are options here for the council and for the budget committee. And if those positions are retained, then there should be a way to realize savings that's needed elsewhere. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, There's one thing that the chief and I do not disagree on, and that is that this is the finest law enforcement agency in the state. I worked there for 3.5 years. I know it. I've seen it. And so he should be applauded for continuing Chief Hart's legacy in that regard.
Just so everyone understands, this is a workshop. We're not casting stone here. We're not saying that we're doing anything. This is for you to come in and make your presentation on what you feel you need. As an example, in 2010, under a different fire chief, there were many times we ran with 8 people on a shift, and we were running $500,000 to $700,000 in overtime to stay at 8 people on a shift. There was many a call in which we sent 2 firefighters on mutual aid and were just told to go home. There were many an incident in which we did what was called dead man pump, where nobody was on the pump and people went into the buildings by themselves. The council, which has been together for some time now, and people who have lived in this community have all been working towards this, is that we look at this and say, we're looking for the safety of our employees. We now run a 12 a shift. So it's not, what you're saying, it's not that we don't hear you, it's that we need to figure it out. So, well said, well put together, in my opinion. Are there any other questions?
Chair.
Yes, please.
Just regarding the overtime, is there any way we can get the breakdown of overtime? Because there's volunteered overtime, right, for, I don't know.
Not right now.
No.
Next
Oh,
session.
yeah, no.
Next session,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Can we get a breakdown?
We'll
of
come
the
back with
overtime?
that information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim.
I was just gonna make one comment. I had heard about 12 vacancies in the police department. I was thrilled to see 6 guys coming in. I assume 2 of those vacancies of the 12 are the predicted 2 guys retiring maybe later, so there's really only 10. It's nice to know that we don't have 10 vacancies with 2 more coming, because then people start saying, why are we funding them? So the fact that they're being filled, and since you're so understaffed, it'd almost be irresponsible to take away those slots, to say so-called save money.
Correct.
But it helps in the argument with people that see that, when we could say there's not 10 openings, there's 4. And they're still planning on being filled because we're understaffed. So the fact that you have 6 in the pipeline helps with that argument to tell people that there's not that many vacancies. So when they start saying, well, we got 10 openings, why can't we cut 5 of them and save some money? That's where the argument comes with people that just see and don't understand what's going on. So,
Mr. Siegman, that's a great point, and thanks for sharing that with everybody. As we all know, in police work, it's about people, right? This is what we do. We deal with people every day, externally and internally. And Budget Committee members, I want you to know that I think it's a good thing that we've all been brainwashed as command staff from Chief Hart and Deputy Chief Dusso over the years about being financially responsible and saving and looking for areas to cut. We do that constantly, like we talked about. We do that, for example, like you're just asked about recruitment. Well, we used to do those on weekends, okay? So we do it on a weekend, now we have 15 cops there to run all these testing. People say, well, you probably don't need that many. You need someone to administer the test, you need people out in the gym, you need people at the track, you have to. This is how you operate appropriately. To save money from that, those are on average like $8,000 to $10,000 to do that for overtime, because it's not just one day. We're able to shift that to save money because we didn't have it appropriately budgeted for. Again, a person, when you think about those things. So we shifted those towards during the week. We do open enrollment now, where during the week, the men in the Services and Recruitment Bureau, led by Patrick Cheatham, this is what they do during the week. They're constantly out there bringing people in and putting them to the paces, saving money. And one more thing, as the Budget Committee Chair, even IT, our IT guy, Tom Roy, he has saved us thousands of dollars by his own knowledge and ability to fix and do things without having to sub out certain things. One area of note, just the other day, I think it was Wednesday or Tuesday, he found us a $6,800 yearly savings in our phone line bill. He cut some stuff, saved us $6,800. One last comment about savings. We just redid one office space, and we didn't build the customized desks because the men and women that we work with look to save. instead of spending $1,500 on one desk, we actually needed two of them, there've been $3,000. One of our guys says, hey, I found something on Marketplace that might fit the need for $75 or $95 a desk. So we're going to buy those for $95 each, rather than $3,000. So when I stand up here and say, as the town manager pointed out, yes, historically we were not able to come fully staffed because the lines weren't true. So the bottom line budget to do that was to put the area of need first. We always need staffing. Mental health is important. Thank you for your comments. I really appreciate your time today, and I hope you guys, if you have any questions, call me. I'm usually at my desk all the time, so happy to talk with any one of you.
Don't worry, chief, this is just the beginning.
Look forward to it. All good, all good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with, you know, an experience, 10 years of presenting budget, fire chief, we'll let you put us back on time at 30 minutes, okay? If you need to take a break, please do, but we're just gonna keep moving.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, members of the Budget Committee. Prior to starting, I would like to introduce, over the last 2 years, we have lost many of our senior command staff, and I am pleased to say over this last week, we've made 5 promotions, and I have them all here with me today. Jeremy McGee being our most senior battalion chief now, appointed in 2018. Jeremy, come on up. Deputy Chief Paul Butler was just appointed Thursday. Battalion Chief Bruce Hallowell. Battalion Chief Jeffrey Anderson, both appointed on Thursday. And last but not least, Battalion Chief Phil LeBlanc, who has been on now since what? June. So this is the upcoming new command staff of your fire department. I am very excited to be in here now for 37 years, seeing some of this new blood coming in here. I think it's going to take things to the next level, and I'm very confident in everybody that you see in front of you here today. So congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chief.
Congratulations. Good name, young fella.
Congratulations, sir.
How are you? Congratulations. Thank you. I'm sorry some of them left, but you know.
Where the hell did you go?
Oh, Jesus.
It's empty. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Hey, Chief, does this mean that the softball game between the police and fire is looking up for the fire department?
Probably not.
So thank you, members of the council, members of the Budget Committee. Today is, again, another transition day. Deputy Chief Heinrich will be back here shortly. He is going to give you a presentation today. We prepared, hopefully, something that will, open the eyes on some of our needs, as the town manager has discussed some of the areas that we've been short in over the years. Just give you kind of a breakdown of what we've been doing in the department, what our goals and future outlooks are, and we'll let him get out as soon as he gets back.
I had a quarrel in the bathroom, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Deputy Chief Heinrich. He is my second in command, and he will be giving the FY24 budget presentation to you today.
Awesome, thank you. Have control, please. Thank you very much. We appreciate you giving us the opportunity to really give you our goals for the year. The budget really is our way of presenting service to the community, and this, I believe, is going to be our best concept of what we're trying to provide. We're going to talk about all those. This truly hasn't changed over the years. Our goals are to provide the best quality service for the customers of Londonderry and the visitors as well, and we have quite a few visitors. We are Londonderry. You look in this room, and there's nobody back there that doesn't live in Londonderry. A lot of us grew up in Londonderry. A lot of us graduated Londonderry High School. We are part of the community, and we really enjoy serving our fellow citizens. This is how we do this. You may notice that this is different from last year. We've added a second deputy, and we've reorganized some of the positions we have to prepare the future of our organization. Like the police department, our biggest concern is people. Our people and the citizens. And by reorganizing like this, we have moved some assets around, and we're going to focus on the same things the police department: recruitment and retention. We're going to talk a little bit about mental health. We're going to talk about a little bit about safety and staffing, but it's really about the people of Londonderry, including the Londonderry Fire Department people. Each one of our battalions has a battalion chief. We have 2 newly promoted battalion chiefs.
I already introduced them.
You did, perfect. Saving time already. We have 2 newly promoted lieutenants, and we have currently 5 vacancies. And those vacancies we'll talk about, but those are positions that we do not intend to keep vacant. Unfortunately, like the police department, we have a lag time of about 4 to 5 months to replace them. Unlike the police department, where they can hire people that have no experience and put them through training, the fire academy side is not built that way. We have to find people that are already trained, or we have to wait for a training opportunity. We recently hired a paramedic that we put through the fire academy. They do it once a year.
Broke his leg while doing so, but we put him through the fire.
So currently, we have one person on workman's comp. I wasn't going to go there. But it's,
Okay.
those are our only options. I truly believe we are the best department in the state. Other departments have things that we cannot offer. Nashua offers 4 persons on a fire truck. They offer a big city fire department. We cannot compete with that. What we can compete with is a community fire department, and that's how we compete with it. We have lost people to other places. We have lost people. Last year, we lost 1 to Nashua and 1 to Manchester. That's a demographic we can't compete with. We have taken people from other departments as well. We had somebody we have taken from Newport. We are trying to take where we can, but we're really focused on bringing somebody new in and developing them in the best way possible. Every one of our stations has a supervisor, and every one of our stations has at least 2 or 4 firefighters, depending on their rank, their training. These are our stations. You may be familiar with them. If not, we'll be more than happy to show you. Our north end station is on the left, our south end is on the right, and of course, everybody has seen our beautiful central station. Each one of those is staffed 24 hours a day, and our ideal staffing is 12 per person. Like the police department, the vast majority of our budget is people, costs. So personnel for us is about 86,000. Operating costs, all the other stuff to make the world go, is about 7. And then the capital lease is our fire trucks and our ambulances. And that's how we pay for those over time. Having said that, we generate about $1.1 million for other stuff. We charge other communities for dispatching. We have 2 communities right now that we dispatch for. We have an ambulance service that, while it brings in revenue, by no means does it break even. Because we utilize those people as firefighters and for EMTs, paramedics, there's a trade-off. And we receive grants. We have applied for multiple grants. We're doing okay grant-wise. We would prefer to be doing a lot better with them, but it's very competitive for grants out there. And luckily, Justin's helped us with grants as well, and we have some people in-house that do a really good job with the grants as well. All right, so this slide with the bump with COVID shows that we have an upper trend of our operation. We had a little drop last year or the year before, but everybody did with COVID, as well as the police department. And this is just showing that as the call volume goes up, our budget sort of reflects that influx. All right, so these are where we have concerns. And some of these concerns have been addressed, some of them we're still working on. It costs money, just like the police department. We have mandatory trainings that we need to have. We need to have our EMTs and paramedics need to have mandatory training. While on the fire side, there's no mandatory training, but there is best practice training that we try to do. When I say try, it's because we're doing a lot of new people. Currently, we have 8 people on probation. That takes 2 people per group. That takes our group a lot of effort to do that, just initial firefighting training. So it's difficult to add a lot of additional training, either because of cost or because of time. We spend a lot of time training our new firefighters. The paramedic program note there. So because the paramedics are such short supply, it is difficult to find paramedics that want to work wherever you are. A couple times a year, the Hampshire Fire Academy puts on a testing process. You have to be a CPAT approved or passed firefighter. You have to have passed this candidate fitness test. You can't be hired without that. And it has become almost a 3-ring circus with fire departments trying to either recruit people before that or during that. The last time they had tents up for each of the departments with tables, and we were handing out water and just showing people our contract and showing people who we are. It's got to that point where we're not only marketing there, but we're now marketing in firefighter 1 and firefighter 2 classes. We're trying to find the best people, and we're trying ways that we've never done before. When I got hired, there were well over 40 people trying to get my one job. Now it takes us a while to find that one candidate. So that's one of our challenges. We currently have one student going through the paramedic program, one of our firefighters. That's going to be a 1.5-year experience for her. And she'll come out, and then once she comes out, she's going to be going through our internal process on how to do paramedicine. She's learned paramedicine, but she's going to learn how to do it, and how to do it, we think, in the best way possible. Londonderry paramedicine, Londonderry ambulance is one of the best in the state, by far. We offer services that very few other offer, and I think that's because of what you've allowed us to have for equipment and for training. We talk about new recruits. It takes us a while, and then even when we hire somebody, it takes 2 to 3 months for them to count towards staffing. We have them learn what they're doing. Our next biggest challenge is our safety program. We've mentioned this to the town manager. We have a little bit of an increase in his proposed budget, but these are some of the costs that we have. Even with the increase that the town manager has offered us, we're going to go over that line. And the only other way for us to cover some of those items is by going into the capital reserve account that we have for equipment. When I started, there was more than enough money to pay for gear in that line. Now we are struggling to pay for gear. You'll see us Monday, coming to you to take money out of the capital reserve account to pay for gear, even with an increase, even with going over that line.
Just to elaborate on that a little bit, so when we started with this budget, it was a $22,000 budget. Has since kicked up to $35,000, but the budget was designed back in the day to allow the department to purchase 10 sets of protective clothing per year, because each firefighter has 2 sets of gear. That gear, shelf life of that gear is 10 years. Battalion Chief Hallowell has done a great job now to stagger that, where we're not replacing one individual set of gear each year. So we staggered that out, so you might get a new set this year, and you might get a new set in 2026. So he's come up with a program to do that very well. But in saying that, and he'll talk more about this on Monday, he's got a great presentation for you. In saying that, the gear back then was $2,200 a set. Now we're looking at upwards of $4,000 to $5,000 a set, and we have since switched vendors from the current vendor that we've had for many, many years now because of the supply chain and the time to get this equipment. I mean, Globe Manufacturing, which is out of Pittsfield, New Hampshire, we're looking at 12 to 13 months to get a set of firefighting gear.
Yep.
When we found this other company, Fire Decks, which is very similar equipment, we're still in our first phases of testing it, but from what we've seen so far, it's been doing a great job for probably a third of the cost, and we can have it in probably 6 to 12 weeks.
And one of the things that we've run into over the years is, back in the day, gear wasn't maintained, cleaned as often. Now, after every fire, we clean our gear. That additional laundering takes wear and tear on the gear. We use the gear more often. That has wear and tear on the gear. And we have events that we don't plan for, like we had a fire on 3 Sims Drive, and we had a number of sets of gear that were contaminated. Luckily, everybody had a second set of gear, so nobody had to wear gear that wasn't either fit for them or wasn't safe. So that is the main reason we have 2 sets of gear, so that theirs is as safe as possible for our firefighters. All the rest of these costs are kind of built into our operations, but the costs, I can tell you, are not going down. Vehicle repair, we have 22 vehicles, over $10 million worth of rolling stock. Like the police department, we'll talk about things that everybody understands. For us, for a fire truck, a lube oil and filter, $1,000. Set of tires, one tire. I just replaced 6 tires on our engine 1, $1,000 each. Brakes, we just replaced the front brakes of one of our engines, about $2,000 for the front set of brakes. Ambulances are less of a cost, but there's more mileage and wear and tear on them. So lube oil and filter for an ambulance is $128 as of last week. Tires about $500. I expect the cops that are having the same problems with us is trying to get tires. We've waited weeks and weeks to get some tires. It just, the cost and the supply isn't what it should be. And we just replaced a set of rear brakes on one of our ambulances for about $1,300. So these costs, and we get a reasonable price with one of our vendors as well. It affects our budget. Like the police department, we have buildings that are aging. Our oldest building is 16 years old, that's Station 2. That building is having a bunch of repairs, and I'll show you that shortly. But we have other stuff. We talked about HVA system. We currently don't have a vendor that we have preventative maintenance. We do maintenance as our newest employee is trying to space out. He's trying to do as much as possible. We're trying to get the most money we can for both the vendors and ourselves. To that end, the highway department has an employee that does help us with some minor repairs as well, and that helps out. We have one of our firefighters that does a lot of repairs in-house as well. When our battalion chief, Kevin Zins, left, he left with a lot of knowledge on building and maintenance. Our newest firefighter that does that, Chris Patton, does a wonderful job, but there's a learning curve as well. Utilities, utility costs are going up. Our water costs are going up. I'm not sure, I understand we're under programs for both the heat and electricity, but they seem to be expensive. Dispatch. So, well, I mentioned that we have a dispatch center and we dispatch for 2 other communities. Some of the fees offset some of the expenses. So recording system last year, we spent $20,000. 2 years ago, we spent money on a alarm receiving, about $50,000. At some point, we're gonna, there's a 0 missing, awesome. We're gonna have a station alerting system that needs to get replaced, and that's an estimated cost. it's just ongoing costs. At some point, we want to talk to you about how to offset some of these costs with some of the revenues that we get, but that's a discussion for later.
So just for an example, over the next 5 years, for the two communities that we're dispatching for, we're gonna pull in probably near $700,000 for those two communities. We still have another community on the line that is still trying to work out the bugs on their side that haven't come to us probably in the last 2 or 3 months, which I'm okay with right now because we're still trying to staff up our communication center. But, and Justin and I have talked about this, and I've talked to you folks about it over the years, is taking some of those, not necessarily all of those funds from the dispatching services that we're receiving, and either put them into some type of revolving account or capital account that we're allowed to now take funds out of those accounts to, you know, if we have a radio receiver that goes down, if we have a consulate that goes down, part-time personnel, take it out of that account versus coming to the town and asking you folks for some more funds. So it's just something that I know I've brought to you probably the last 2 or 3 years. Justin and I have been talking about it, and I've talked to it about with Town Manager Malaguti, so it's something that I just want to keep on the forefront here because I think it'll be definitely a way that we can self-sustain some of the things that we're going to need to do in that division.
All right. So this is just a breakdown of our operating costs, and some of them, as you can see, budgeted versus actual. With the exception of heat, most of them are over budget. Maintenance repairs, we struggle with. Last year, we did a lot of stuff in-house, which saved money. And that's where we try as well, is we have people in-house that do some of these repairs. So these are some of our fixed costs. So all of these are either required or best practices. None of these have gone down over the last couple of years, and we're still struggling with some of our usages. We're using our vehicles a lot more than we used to. So these costs, these are our fixed costs, but we have multiple costs that are dependent on how often we use vehicles. This is just something that you guys all know, but I just wanted to reiterate. Over the last 10 years, we've been in default. If I had $1 10 years ago, that dollar is currently worth 70-something cents. So my buying power for that purchase has gone down while we've had a relatively flat budget. And as you can see, inflation has gone up as well, and nobody's surprised by that. Just to reiterate, our stations are getting older. We're trying to do more and more to keep them up to date. A lot of small stuff's been done. We have some preventive maintenance schedules and extending warranties that we're concerned about. A lot of wear and tear, and I mentioned already that we have, our PPE costs have gone up dramatically over the last 6 years. Just to give you a perspective, this is what we do for calls. Last year, we
Can
did
we
about
pause for a
11.
moment, please?
I'm sorry?
Can we pause for a moment, please?
Sure.
Just want to check and see if there's any questions as we move away from the financials. Any
sorry.
questions from anybody?
I have a couple.
Oh, by all means, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chair.
No worries, and that's why I paused.
So, thank you for your brief thus far. I do have a couple questions regarding on page 21 where it talks about proposed revenue for EMS. I see that last year for 2022, the actual amount received for billed EMS services was just over 900,000. However, proposed for 23 and 24 is 6.25. If we see a trend of calls for service increase, shouldn't we expect and plan?
I will default to Justin, but I believe that we received money because of COVID. Did that go in that line?
So ambulance is a unique one. We don't do this we use this as a subsidy almost to help assist with the costs of running the ambulance, having the paramedics, things of that nature.
Right. It's not
We
like
still
it's the
bill
airport
the
or
individuals.
Right.
We work with them to try to find a way to ensure that we're not taking food off their plate because they had to take an ambulance bill.
Of course.
That 900 it's an outlier. If you look, the rest are around the 630, 650. I look at that number as essentially that 625 helps lower the tax rate by about 12.5 cents.
Yeah.
It helps decrease the impact of the fire department. We could increase it, but then we would have to look at potentially being more stringent on working with our billing agency on billing individuals.
So when you mention that, and I understand the sensitivity of billing individuals and stuff, and I would assume there's probably someone that would be apprehensive of going to the hospital or taking the ambulance ride because of, fear of a cost and stuff like that. But is there a differentiator between like an ALS or BLS level call for billing? Like, do we bill at a different rate for an advanced
So
life
basically,
support?
there's four different, there's ALS1, ALS2, BLS1, BLS2.
Okay.
And that depends on the services that we provide. It could be that we do an assessment at an ALS level. It could be the number of medications that we administer. It could be some of the procedures that we use. So what we, on the fire side, is we document what we do, and then our billing agency figures out which of those categories that goes into.
And you bill based on those
Yeah.
channels? Okay. And then, thank you. Last question, I'll be quick, regarding the vehicles, just because you had already covered it. For next meeting, would you be willing to provide some data regarding the average calls for service and mileage per apparatus? And the reason why I'm asking for that is you're mentioning maintenance and everything. And, with a certain level of apparatus that's there, I wonder if there's any need to lean or anything, or if not enough, or the right apparatus. Obviously, that's your lane. I just wonder, in regards for numbers and maintenance cost-wise.
So miles and then the cost per unit? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be helpful.
So part of that is skewed, and part of that is challenging. So,
We can talk offline.
no, I want to explain part of it right now. So right now, we should have purchased an ambulance for our replacement. We can't get a vendor to give us a price or a time on the cabin chassis. It's
Yeah.
a Ford F-550. It's no different than the same challenges with a Dodge or Chevy. We prefer Ford. Ford of Londonderry has been really good to us, and it's really convenient, and we've had a good track record with Ford. They can't give us any guarantee. They can tell us how much the box is going to cost. We're currently working with Justin to figure out how we can agree on purchasing a cabin chassis that doesn't exist.
They refuse to give us a price on.
So we just got paperwork over this past week from the ambulance vendor that basically now it's not a contract, but the dealerships, the Ford dealerships are not even allowing the ambulance vendors to purchase or to get chassis unless they have a specific town that the ambulance is going to. So there's something we got to sign that I've been talking to Justin about now.
It's like a commitment.
That says there's a commitment for the town of Londonderry to be receiving an ambulance from, such and such a vendor. But now if we, still not knowing the price of this cabin chassis, we sign that document and Ford releases it to the ambulance vendor, and we figure out that the cabin chassis is like $200,000, we can still back out of that, and the ambulance company will now push it on to another community.
But that pushes back the amount of time that we replace things.
Yeah.
So normally, it would take less than 6 months to get an ambulance from being purchased today. Now they're telling us 500 days.
Let me see if I can rephrase that. Maybe possibly you could give us what a breakdown is, not for each ambulance. How much do the ambulances cost us? How much does, truck one, truck two, engine one, engine two, tanker, the tool truck? Just so that we can get an idea of, what these things cost.
Yep.
And
By
how
all
much
means.
road mile, how much use they're getting.
Right.
Because with looking at the increase of calls, my assumption is, making sure that we're programmed properly for the.
Right, and then, so, we have a great capital leasing program here in our community. And when I started this position in 2013, we were right in the process of basically replacing our fleet. So our oldest engine right now is a 2012. That's the one that's due to be replaced next year. And so we keep them on frontline service for 10 years, and then they go in backup service for like 3 years as the reserve pump. So, you haven't seen the increase in the vehicle maintenance, probably for the first 3 or 4 years because everything was new. For a year they were under warranty, but now we're 10 years into this, so that's where you're starting to see the uptick in costs of some of the equipment that, needs to be replaced. We just got an estimate on the 2016 ladder truck that needs to have a bunch of hydraulic lines replaced because of the road brine that we use around the Northeast that is just killing the apparatus, to the sum of $40,000. So now we gotta look at that and say, okay, what's important? What are the things that we need to do right now, which is gonna be those hydraulic lines versus some of the things that, we can hold off until like the next budget season to get some of those things done. But $40,000 for a one-cost thing to get this truck back up and running the way it needs to be.
And we're extremely lucky that the gentleman that's in charge of our vehicle maintenance has got a long history of working with vehicles, and he's giving us, I truly believe, some good advice. But some of that advice is, we're gonna run the wheels off of one of our ambulances, because we don't know how long it's gonna be for the other ambulances. So you're gonna see numbers where you're gonna have 130,000 miles on vehicles, because intentionally, that vehicle's gonna be replaced, and we don't know how long the other ones are gonna be.
That's okay. Just looking for visibility.
Thank you.
That gentleman that Fred just mentioned, so he's one of our newer firefighters within the last 5 years or so. And he has a vast knowledge, owns his own truck company actually, has a vast knowledge in vehicle maintenance, and just last year saved us over probably $25,000 in-house for stuff that he did on our behalf versus sending it out to somebody. So that was a huge savings on our behalf.
And also a huge turnaround of the equipment as well. What might take a couple of days to get fixed, got fixed within hours.
Wow. Go ahead.
Was there anybody else?
Just,
Oh, sorry, Joe.
I'm sorry, I only saw his hand. Go ahead.
I'm hoping this is a next year question, because I haven't heard the police or the fire bring it up yet. But the school talks a lot about their new safety stuff, door locks, blah, 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 that ties into the fire and the police or something like that for emergency stuff. Is there any modifications to those systems for those, like, early alarms that has to tie in with your systems that would need to be changed, or is that something the school's doing this year that wouldn't tie in until next year?
So I can answer that on two ends. So the first part is, we currently have an EOC grant that we're working on. Part of that EOC grant is to incorporate all of the technologies that are currently available to us, so that we have one center and then a little bit of redundancy to manage an emergency like that. The Mutual Link? Yeah. So Mutual Link is a tool that the school and the police department are going to utilize, so that the cameras in the schools, alarms in the schools, will get sent to the police department. We can be invited as well, which we're going to be, and we can see the same data that they're seeing on screens in both our comm center and our EOC. Part of that agreement, that EOC money as well, is we're going to increase the number of cameras that we have in our building that we can throw into this system as well, and to increase a little bit of our security as well. So we are part of Mutual Link. The police department have been a great force behind that. We are fully behind them with that, and as much integrated as possible on Mutual Link.
But nothing planned for this year at that, it's just.
Now, that's just on, like I said, it's part of that EOC grant.
I think that's what'll all be handled separately
Yep.
from the budget.
And the Mutual Link is paid by the state, which is wonderful, so
It's
that
up and
helps
running
us
in the
out as
town,
well.
isn't it? Is it Mutual Link up and running in the town?
Yes.
Yep, you'll see it on page 41. It's part of the
Yeah,
IT
so it's up and
budget.
running on the town side. The school hasn't done theirs yet.
Right, they're talking about it a lot, that's why I was wondering
Yeah.
if there's an issue there.
So, yeah, if there's
No,
an
we're
issue-
ready on our side.
So if there's an issue here, we can be invited into that closed circuit cameras and whatever other information is shared with us.
Okay.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so this question came up, and when we do training, I didn't think so, but I wanted to confirm. When we do training, like the paramedic training, we just put in there the $18,000. So that particular woman that's going through it, all for it, awesome, it's great. But do we get any reassurances that they're not going to just, they're going to stay around a little while when they get that training? Is there a contractual obligation that they sign? Is that?
So what I did with former Assistant Town Manager Drebeck, back when this was coming about, is we did exactly that. So the student has been given a contract saying that they commit to us for at least a 3-year period, and in such time they leave before that 3-year period, they are responsible for paying back the monies that we've allowed them to do.
I didn't think so, but I'm glad to see it. I'm glad I asked the question.
The increase that Town Manager Malagoody has put into our training budget is for exactly that. So $18,000 per student. We have folks over there now that want to go through this training that I am excited about, because it's much more beneficial to me to train my own employees that I know have committed and going to be here for a while to that level of certification, versus hiring somebody off the street that the level of commitment that you're finding nowadays is much less than what it was 10 years ago.
Now you're incentivizing them, so it's a great thing, win-win for both.
Right.
Yep.
The people are coming in now that, this is a great job, I want to work for your community, and telling you all the right things, but a year later, they see a bright light over here, it's like, oh, I'm going to go try this. And then we try it over there, realize the grass is not as green on that side, and oh, look, there's a bright light over there, and they're going there. So they're not committing to a department the way that, any of us did, 10 years ago. So that's a struggle that we're finding. as
Bravo for thinking out of the box, that's great, thank you.
And just to amplify that point, Mr. Vice Chairman, I think it's been alluded to, but it should be stated, very clearly, there is a critical shortage of paramedics statewide. And if we don't stay flexible and innovative with things like this, it's going to start to affect the level of service, and we can't have that.
And just to toot our own horn, we've never had anybody that has not passed the paramedic program, and we've never had anybody that has passed the paramedic program and left us. So we have good people, and we reward them, and they reward us.
Good.
Thank you.
Knock on wood.
All right, so, gentlemen, let's see if we can move through the services slides.
All right.
Thank you for that.
Oh, by all means. Just like I said, our calls are ticking up a little bit this year. We're currently at 30, as of last week, we're at 3620. We're expecting to be somewhere around 4380, which is going to be slightly less than 12 calls a day. The reason I added Hampstead and Pelham is just to give you a sense of what our dispatch center is doing. So while we may be doing 12 calls a day, my dispatch center is doing 20 calls a day. And some of those calls are short calls, some of those calls are very long calls. A lot of those calls overlap. These are the calls that we do. 60% of our calls are somehow related to EMS. We have a small percentage that are hazmat. We have a lot of service calls. We help people out with a lot of stuff. Very small amount of fires, which we're very happy about. A decent number of good intents, and unfortunately a higher amount of false alarms. At some point in the next year, we're going to talk to you guys about maybe charging people for these false alarms, and hopefully to eliminate the false alarms so that there's some kind of incentive for them to fix their systems. Right now, there's no negative incentive. They can have a system that's broken for a while, and we're not charging for them, and we think that's not fair. And then 14 other calls that didn't fall cleanly in any other category. This slide is a little bit, so this slide shows you where the calls are, not necessarily who's doing them. So as you can see, the vast majority of our calls are in Station 2's district. Roughly, Station 2's district is Max Apples and South. Station 1's district is roughly Litchfield Road and North, and then Central is in the middle. So those Station 2 district calls could be a fire alarm activation where Central and Station 2 both go to. They could be a second medical in Station 2's district that Central goes to. It could be a third medical in Station 2's district that Station 1's going to. So it doesn't show you who's responding, it just shows you where those problems are. And Station 2 is getting busier and busier, and I'm not sure where Exit 4A is going to land, but that's going to increase volume as well. Station 2's district is partly Woodmont Commons, and there is increased development there. So that area gets busier and busier. We do adjust the districts based on time to get there, and we do that, we'll be doing that again shortly. This is just saying how busy we get sometimes. So last year, we had 2 or more calls going on over 54% of the time. Yes, sir.
Sorry, real quick, the last slide, we went by it so fast. Mutual aid given, is there a number that you have on mutual aid received?
Received. I did not include that, but I can give that to you by all means. We
Yeah, only
do-
because that's been helpful in the past to kind of justify some of the numbers that we've justified, so, thank you.
Yeah, and we do receive a fair amount of mutual aid.
And in some years, it was extraordinary compared to what we were giving out, so I know it's been a push to try to get that more
If I
evened out.
remember correctly, Joe, I think you're gonna see the mutual aid received somewhere up around 324.
So it's not as huge as it used to be.
Not as bad as it
I
has
know,
been, but.
Say 500 or
again,
600 versus like 5 before. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And some of our mutual aid partners, like Dairy Fire, we provide a lot of mutual aid to them, and they provide it to us as well.
Thank you.
And built upon that is when we start getting into 3 or 4 simultaneous calls, those are mutual aid calls. We do have callback where people do come back in to staff reserve pieces, but the time lag sometimes doesn't match the amount of people coming in. So you see us in 5 calls going on, and things are getting really stressed. The other day, we had a building fire or a porch fire on Hardy Road. We had all of our companies committed. We had 2 mutual aid calls going on at the same time, receiving to us. We had a dairy engine, would you have a dairy engine and dairy ambulance on one call?
Yeah, on the fire with dairy engine and dairy medic, and then the 41 Butcher Road was covered by a Wyndham ambulance and a Wyndham engine and another dairy medic. And then we had to free them up to go to,
Yeah. So that's an example of what our 3 calls at the same time could look like. This is just once again showing you our calls over the last 10 years. Last calendar year was 41,163. 4,163. Oops. So 2020 being the pandemic, our call volume went down. We're going back up to about where we should be trending. This is just giving you an example of when we're busy, days of the week. Nothing crazy. Monday through Friday, we have more people coming in to work in Londonderry for the schools. And then on the weekends, we have a little bit less call volume.
You folks probably remember back, 4 or 5 years ago when I brought you this slide, how it did fluctuate, from day to day to day, and now what we've seen trending over the years now, it's all equaling out. So there is no more quiet days, It used to be a Sunday that the call volume was way down, but you can see that now that plane is just kind of evening out throughout the 7 days of the week, so that's why we put that slide in there.
This is for the dispatch center in particular, and it shows that anywhere between 8 and 8 o'clock at night is our busiest times. And we're trying to add a second dispatcher during those times to make it safer for the crews and to get the calls out faster as well. Last year, our dispatch center dispatched a little short of 7,000 calls. I mentioned earlier that we are having some issues with our Station 2. This is 2 examples of our exterior facade that is leaking. And we've had roof leaks. The highway department has helped us out repairing some of those roof leaks recently. We've had some plumbing failures in the piping as well. The station is showing some age. In addition to the exterior, both of our substations are having wear and tear on the floors, and that's going to be addressed. We've had some really work well with other resources in the community. The school department has tried to refinish our floors a couple times. They've made them look good for a while, and then they start showing their age. I know that they've been in Station 2 a number of times, and we've had them in Station 1 as well. So this is just ongoing wear and tear, like the chief, Chief not Hart, sorry. Sorry, Tim.
Bernard.
Mentioned, 16 years of wear and tear takes its toll after a while.
7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, you know, it's like, it's full all the time with 3 to 4 personnel, so. and
Are
then
you saying floors in the vehicle bays or?
In the living spaces.
space.
Thank you.
The concrete floors out in the bays have really been holding up well.
The BCT tiles like you see out here in the hallway, you know, they have
Thank you.
shelf life to them, and, you know, I think we've gotten all that shelf life out of them.
I just want to point out, I appreciate you saying that the school has worked with us to help, you know, with the maintenance on that. So big thank you to
And
them as
Charlie
well.
has been a tremendous help over the years.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if we asked for, I mean, if we say, hey, tomorrow we need to have 100 chairs and 6 tables, Charlie will have it over here for us. Really, the school is working with us on when we need to, and we try to help them out as well. And let's see here. So a lot of this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for our capital account. We'll be coming to you tomorrow, on Monday for some, it seems like every day is Monday. We'll be here on Monday talking about taking money out for protective equipment. Later in, probably in December.
Probably latter part of November, early part of December, we'll be coming to you again, and Deputy Butler will be giving you a presentation on, I tasked him, you know, when he started in his battalion chief position, I tasked him with inventory in the apparatus, finding out what equipment was on there, what equipment was outdated, what equipment was worn, and then looking at specific district needs for each piece of apparatus. So he's got a great presentation that he'll give to you about that. But again, when I started in 2013, the capital account, the monies in that were minimal. So what we looked at over the years is, you know, the capital account was lined out, okay, this year we're gonna buy 10 portables, you know, 2 more years we're gonna buy 10 portables, but we're gonna replace the jaws of life, you know, on such and such a date and such a date. We do such a good job of maintaining our equipment and replacing it when it is needed. There was no need, just because the capital line was laid out, that you need to buy this piece of equipment on this time, this, you know, if you maintain it properly and you use it properly and, you know, you go at it that way, that's how this account has been able to build up over the years. So we use this account for a number of matching grants that we've gotten throughout the years, SCBA grant being one of them, that we get, you know, $250,000 worth of breathing apparatus that we had to make a matching amount of that, which I think was $25,000. So we use that account for that, but it's a very important account for us. You know, just another thing that we talked about is the hose. When I started this position in 2013, we had a hose coming out our ears. Well, now we're at our minimum level of hose, and this is what Bo has addressed as well. So now we can start fresh and saying, okay, this is what we need to replenish our supply. This is what we're going to need for, you know, keeping on the rack in case something goes down. So it's just it will be a presentation to address all those things.
And some of those things in the past, we were able to, we broke 3 lengths of hose. We can call the manufacturer, and in 2 weeks, we have 3 lengths of hose. Now that lead time is becoming a half a year, so we can't be as reactionary as not reactionary, buying as we need. Now we're just trying to plan some of those things out ahead. I know General Industries having the same problems, but the lead time on some of this stuff is just outrageous. And it's changed the way that we've had to operate and buy things. So by all means, we're extremely happy that we're going to continue supporting the capital account. It's something that we really like. And the other great thing about the capital account is it's like your savings account. If we don't need it this year, we're not spending it. We're not going to spend it at the end of June, saying, okay, well, if we don't spend it, it goes away. This is our savings account. So when we need that money, it's there. As I mentioned, call volume, it does increase. We've had a minor increase this year, which is good, but we're building a lot. Mega warehouses, a term I was not familiar with until we had FW Web with 1 million square feet. It takes, I think it's 14 acres, and it's a mile to drive around. Wonderful, wonderful company. We just did some training there, but there are challenges with there. I mean, you see Walmart's catching on fire in other places. So it's a challenge, but it's a good neighbor and it's a good, I'm actually going to just go through slides here with that. So FW Web, we have UPS Pratt Whitney, once again, another very large building with very, very expensive supplies in there. I mean, we're talking jet engines. Their value inside there is incredible. And if we lost that building, that would have a triple effect throughout the aircraft industry. Hazardous materials, we have a number of concerns with hazardous materials. We have fixed facilities. We have some very wonderful fixed facilities. We work well with industry. Our former battalion chief, Jim Roger, worked with industry a lot so that we could do training there, we could stay competent, and our guys would feel safe in that place. It's nice to be able to go to these places and know people's names. We're not exchanging business cards, we're exchanging pleasantries. Transportation is a little more challenging. We've had a number of gasoline, oil, and tar trucks turnover. We have box trucks. This was an accident a couple years, probably 10 years ago on the interstate. We had one a couple years ago on Rockingham Road. These are some of our challenges. 55-plus communities. So with 55-plus communities, there's our challenges. We go to Sanborn Crossing, which is on Sanborn Road quite often. We are expecting the Baldwins to be challenging on a number of fronts. Right in the middle of the Baldwins is going to be an assisted living facility. We have another assisted living facility being All-American, and they're challenging sometimes on our ability to continue. No, they're going on a call right now. I don't know where they're going.
Did you plan that?
Yes. So there are additional challenges as well. But as you can see by the picture of the Baldwins, we're going to have some access issues. We have 100,000 square feet of underground parking with 2 entrances in there. We're going to have a lot of people there. I mean, they're good neighbors. We love having them, but they do bring challenges. And as they age in place, we have challenges as well. Multifamilies, we're having a lot more multifamilies. 2 examples, McGregor Cut and Wallace Farms. The reason I mention these is because some of these have systems built in to help us, like sprinkler systems, but those sprinkler systems are designed for getting people out. There are no sprinkler systems in the roofs. A lot of the ones on McGregor Cut do not have standpipe connections, so if we're going to the 4th floor, we're dragging 4 floors of fire hose, and we have people that do not evacuate because of nuisance fire alarms, so they'll be out in the balcony waiting for us. If you drive, McGregor Cuts is off Stonehenge Road. If you drive up Stonehenge Road and you see the back of that building and you say, I wonder how the fire truck's going to get to the back of that building where there is a grade of like 45 degrees. We're not. Even our ground ladders don't have the angle to reach the 4th floor back there. So we trust on people getting out, but these are manpower-intensive calls when things go wrong. Our conclusion is thank you. Thank you for letting us talk, letting us explain why we need things, explain how we do things. By all means, like the Chief of Police, Bernard, said, our door is always open, and please ask us if you have any additional questions.
Any additional questions for the fire department? Yes, Lynn?
A quick question. So with the mega warehouses, is there any specialized equipment that you need to?
Segways would be
work with
nice.
those? Segways? But the equipment that wouldn't necessarily translate to the needs of the rest of the town?
So one of our challenges there is that we have air packs that are designed for residential fires. It's a 30-minute air pack. Of that, 10 minutes is dedicated to safety. The alarm goes off at 20 minutes and says, it's time, you should have been out already. So really, it's a 20-minute work frame, which is great on a residential building fire. I mean, you go into a house, you're, 13, 14 steps away from an exit. You can get out easily, get in easy. These mega warehouses, 20 minutes, it may take you 10 minutes to get into it. They truly are mazes. Every row looks like the same. They have really good fire protection systems. They do well. Sorry about that. FW Webb and Pratt Whitney, really good housekeeping, really good internal processes to prevent stuff. But that's one of our challenges, is air supply. Another challenge is communications inside. Both FW Webb and Pratt Whitney have a repeating system inside their building that boosts our radio signal to get out of the building, because the building is just so huge and made of metal and concrete that the signal doesn't get out as well. So they do put stuff in there, but our biggest challenge is air supply. And there's a trade-off. We keep 30-minute bottles because they're 99% of the times those are the fires we have, house fires. The weight of the extra air, of the extra cylinder, the size. I mean, we could go to 1 hour bottles, but now guys are carrying 10 extra pounds on them, and their profile has grown dramatically. So crawling around in a house is more challenging. Moving around, carrying 10 extra pounds of stuff is a challenge. So it's a balance that we're struggling with. But that's one of the biggest concerns for us, is air supply.
Yes?
If you'd indulge me for just a moment, Mr. Chairman, a couple things. Not really a recommendation. I'm not sure where these tidbits fit in together. First off, I saw your recruiting efforts underway yesterday. I live in a quiet residential neighborhood. Several emergency responses in our neighborhood recently. Yesterday, a mom and her 4-year-old came up and watched when your engine 3 was parked in front of a residence. Firefighters came over and chatted with them, so future firefighter. So well done. Second part is, my wife and I attended the Senior Resources Expo, and your firefighters there did a terrific job and made it clear, call us when you need us, would rather come and not be needed. And I tie that in with my across-the-street neighbor who had smell of smoke in his residence 6 months or so ago, from out of state, just moved to Londonderry, was worried sick he was going to have to pay for it. And I'm sure we're getting a lot of out-of-state residents who are moving into the community. I don't know how we put their mind at ease that you folks are here to help us. So I just offer that as an observation.
Yep. So on the first one, yes, lots of future firefighters out there. Our guys like to show off the equipment and to interact with the public probably more than anybody else does. We hire people. They enjoy being with people. They enjoy helping people. Otherwise, they would not be in the profession. Your second item with the senior resources, Phil Blank has all the credit to deserve on that. He works with Chief Bernard, and he is really good at organizing and working with the community, and that's one of his strengths that we rely on. So Phil has all of the accolades for that, thank you. And charging. So this is not I hear this every once in a while. So yes, we do charge for ambulances. It's the only way that we can kind of offset costs, but we don't charge for anything else. We go to a house and we check out a carbon monoxide detector, we check out a fire alarm activation. God forbid you have a building fire. There are no costs associated with that. If we respond to your house and you don't go to the hospital for a medical, no cost for that. We assess you, we do whatever, we get you back. If you've fallen, we get you back up, we assess you, we make sure that you're feeling fine. If you don't go to the hospital, there's no cost with that. So thank you for allowing me to reiterate that. 99% of the stuff we do, other than transport, has no cost with it.
Any other questions?
Yes.
No further questions?
He's smiling.
So I've heard both of the chiefs, or all the chiefs, talk about increased calls for service, increased demand on the staff. And I'll quote what Chief Bernard said earlier regarding an analogy, and I'd like to share one myself. So we've all hopped on an airplane where we talk about, they're pushing back from the gate and they give the safety spiel where they say, in the unlikely event the cabin might lose pressure, oxygen masks are going to fall from the ceiling. What's the next period of instruction that they tell you to do? Put the mask on yourself
Self
first
first,
before
yes.
you put it on the person next to you. Why?
You can't help somebody unless you help yourself.
Right. So my point of bringing that up is, and I challenge all the chiefs and all the leadership in both departments and agencies, that we need to make sure we're putting the oxygen masks on our team. From mental health is extremely important to me, and making sure that we're taking care of those who take care of us. So my question for you, and it would have been appropriate for chief, the police chief as well, but what are some things that we're doing to protect our firefighters, paramedics, our law enforcement officers, put their oxygen mask on?
I appreciate the question. So, Battalion Chief, now Deputy Chief Bo Butler, was tasked when he became a battalion chief to work on mental health as one of his priorities. And he has he's doing a wonderful job. He has reached out. Bo, do I want to put you on the spot? No, let's do it. All right, put you on the spot.
I was waiting for it. Thank you very much.
By the way, we were all leaving at noon today, so you have 3 minutes.
It's more important than 3 minutes, fortunately.
All right, 4.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, Budget Committee, thank you for that question. I have a saying, and it's firefighters first, mission always. And what do I mean by that? I mean that we have a mission to do, and it's to save lives and protect property, but we cannot do that if we don't take care of ourselves first. So you had a great analogy. In the innocence of my youth, my heart was touched by fire. Before I was even old enough to drink, I was engaged in sustained combat for 13 months in Iraq. And it was during that time where I got to experience the passion of life to its absolute top. Along with that, I saw the absolute worst that mankind is capable of to another. But the dichotomy there is I got to experience the absolute best. Living the passion of life to its top, as fire and police do, comes with a price. And this price is non-negotiable. At some point in a veteran's or a police officer or a firefighter's life, the debt collector comes a-knocking, and you have to pay that debt. How do we pay that debt? Unfortunately, sometimes suicide, right? I am still losing friends to a war that I thought was over 20 years ago, not to the enemy, but to suicide. And these men went through hell and made it. They came out of it. And they're taking their own lives because we are doing a terrible job at addressing mental health for what it is. Because without the people, there absolutely is no mission. I have members on my department right now that are mentally thin. And they're mentally thin because there is that price to pay. The debt collector comes knocking. And for all too long in the fire service in general, but we're doing a lot better job with the leadership of the chief, is we are no longer letting that monster grow in the corner and metastasize and get worse and worse and worse. Now, through me speaking about my experiences, that is actually, healing for me, leadership, healing, that's how I'm getting through it. We're pulling those monsters out into the light and we're shattering them into a million pieces. We're talking about it. We're bringing in the peer support team. In New Hampshire, the firefighters have something called the PST team. And one of the captains out of Nashua Fire, his name is Gordon Wilson, he leads this group of peers to be able to deploy to a department to talk about these things that are bothering our providers. I have a relationship built, because relationships are everything, through a mental health provider out in the Seacoast who, with support from the fire chief and the town manager, we're going to bring into Londonderry Fire just to talk, to get face, to build that relationship with our providers, to talk. And they don't have to, but they're going to have the opportunity to do that, to address the things that are bothering them, so that we can get better, so that we can heal as an organization. And it doesn't stop there. You know, it's us as leaders now, being in these roles, to be the ones to step out and say, hey, look, it's okay to not be okay, but let's talk about it. Let's get on the same page. Let's stay in the fight, because without the people, there can be no mission. And so for me, fortunately, these experiences that I had in the innocence of my youth, it was the first time I left my hometown of Londonderry was to go to combat. It wasn't to go find myself. It wasn't to go to college. It was to go serve my nation. But it came with a price that I pay every day of my life. However, I'm in a position now to help, because there's alternative methods. It's not booze. It's not pills. It's not gambling. It's living life to the absolute top. And because we have experienced things that are so bad, it has highlighted the beauty in our lives. And we need to put that back on. We need to let guys recognize that for all the darkness that we have seen and suffered, because these members stand in the breach so you don't have to, what are we doing for ourselves? We're going to surround ourselves with family. We're going to surround ourselves with nature and jiu-jitsu and anything else we can do, art, music, community service, to heal, because we need to. So these are some of the things. I know I'm going over 4 minutes, Mr. Chair, and I apologize.
I wasn't keeping time.
But these are the things that I am so grateful to be in this position, because for me, it's not about the white shirt or the number of bugles on my badge. It's about being able to have more influence to positively affect and change the lives of more people. So that is our number one mission right now that the chief has tasked me with, is mental health. And my official start date is Monday, but I couldn't help myself, so I got going a little bit early. And on Friday, I put out what I'm calling my mission objectives, my mission priorities. And they are a response model adjustment. You know, the battle space is changing. We have to adapt to that. Charles Darwin said it's not the strongest or smartest that survives, it's the one most adaptable to change. So we have to change to our battle space. The second one, you heard the police chief talk about it, and our chiefs, recruitment and retention, and what we're doing better job on that. Third is leadership development. Second is a battalion chief standard and expectation in that office, so that we're all on the same page. But the number one priority is mental health, wellness, and PTSD. That is my number one, because firefighters first, mission always. And we have the support. Just the other day, I sat in an interview with the town manager for this position, and I was given the opportunity by my leadership, Bo, this concludes the interview. Do you have any questions? And I said, yes, sir, I do. I said, when Lisa Drabeck was here, she was all on board with the importance of this mission, mental health and PTSD. And I wanted to know, I already knew it in my heart, but I wanted to hear it from my leadership to say, yes, Mr. Town Manager and Tara, they are 100% on board with what it is we're trying to do, what we need to do. So I want you to know that we are in a position where we've never been before, where we have support of the council, support of the command staff, and support of the town leadership to get this job done, because we need to. So I hope that answered your question.
It does, thank you.
Anything?
If I could just, on one other topic, so I'm an actual representation of the chiefs and Deputy Butler's commitment to mental health. As many of you know, and thank you to the council, on the 27th of July, my crew and I responded to Derry, where we went to the Shenito Road fire. And unfortunately, I got trapped in the building and ran out of air, and transported to the hospital, which was, it was quite devastating for me. And the reason why I bring this up is, you know, what Bo said, firefighters first and mission always. He embodied exactly that. As my shift commander, he was the first one that I saw coming out of the building. He's the first one I saw at the hospital. And then the fire chief was on vacation that day and immediately rushed to the hospital. And as I'm sure you can imagine, you know, that type of an event has a profound effect on an individual. And there are very few people that do this career that get exposed to that event and then get to live to talk about it. You know, there are a lot of very good firefighters that can't stand before you today to tell you their story because they weren't lucky enough to get out, but I was. And that support, that caring for their people is, I think it's an embodiment of what the Londonderry Fire Department is. You know, the fire chief didn't have to come to the hospital and check on me, but he did because he cares about his people. You know, Deputy Butler didn't have to ride in the, you know, to the ambulance to the hospital with me, but he did because he cares about his people. And that's the resounding, you know, fact of our organization is we care about our people. Our command staff cares about our people. And it's one of the most important things that the fire chief tasks anybody who's wearing a white shirt with is taking care of our people. Because if we don't take care of our people, then they can't take care of you. So, you know, to me, it's more than just, you know, Deputy Butler and Fire Chief O'Brien and Deputy Heinrich up here talking about what they do. I am a living example of what they do and why they do it. So, thank you.
Hey, let's not also forget that there was somebody with you who came out of the building with you, too.
There was. I had a probationary firefighter with me.
And that's you got them out. That's you. And
As
your
a team, we got them out together. And you know, for me, it's, we talk about the training and, you know, we put numbers up there about what training costs, but I can tell you the cost of that training is truly priceless because what got me out of that building was the training programs that I've been exposed to over the last 16 years in this department. It's the Firefighter Safety and Survival Program. It's knowing what to do when you run out of air. I can tell you, I had made my last rites. You know, in my mind, I was never going to see my wife or kids again. But in that moment of pure hell, I went back to my training, which was pop your regulator off, put your face to the ground, take as big of a breath as you can, and work your way back to the exit. And I'm here today because of that training. You know, and there was somebody above me looking over as well. But those training, you know, those things that we drill in, they become muscle memory. And even when faced with what should have been certain death, I fell back on my training and I fell back on what I was taught. And the same thing with my probationary firefighter, a kid that's got 7 months on the job. You know, a Londonderry resident grew up here and wants to be a firefighter here, and he's doing a fantastic job. But for me, as a soon-to-be shift commander, it's incredible to watch that. You know, this kid, 20-something years old, you know, basically followed me into hell and back, and he did it with a smile on his face. And the next morning, him and my crew was at my house with coffee, you know, coffee from my wife, you know, with my kids playing. That's what mental health is in Londonderry Fire Department, you know. It was a monumental event that happened to me. It's a monumental event that happened to my family. But the gift that I got, and Bo talked about it, the gift that I got was how much more important, you know, things are in life. Things smell just a little bit better. And it was great for me going into this position now as a shift commander to know what those guys are seeing and how my voice on the radio and the actions that I take on the outside are a direct relation to what happens to those guys on the inside. And, you know, for the council as well, the chair of the council called my phone. I mean, I heard from literally everybody. I had more people calling me after that event than I even knew I had phone numbers for. And that means a lot, you know, from the fire chief to the town manager to the chair of the council expressing, you know, concern and well wishes for me. That goes a long way. And as the chief spoke about, that's why people want to come here. That's why people want to work here. That's why people are willing to invest their career in this community. It's because of the support that we get. You know, we may not always have, you know, the staffing that necessarily NFPA says we have. We got really good equipment, we got really good training, and we got people that really want to do the job. And so I apologize for adding on to extra minutes, but for me, it's very near and dear to my heart of what mental health means here in the Londonderry, New Hampshire Fire Department. And I think we're doing an excellent job. We're going to do even better, and I'm extremely excited with further enhancements to that. So thank you all.
Thank you, and Bruce, we're very happy to.
And just to speak on that a little bit more, so after that event, Chief Butler was tasked with doing a comprehensive review of that incident, both how we reacted, how our equipment, how our training, and the building. And he should be having that report out to us soon. We will be presenting highlights of that to the council in general, no specifics, but we're going to use that to make us better as well. So that's soon to come.
Anything further, gentlemen? Anything further from the Budget Committee or the council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Who has to follow that?
I just want to say you should be extremely proud of yourself. An amazing.
Usually it's blue and red that follow yellow, but, oh, go the other way. That's all right.
Right, DPW budget.
Good. Good morning. My name is John Trotter. I'm the Director of Engineering and Environmental Services in the town of Londonderry. With me this morning is Dave Wally, the Director of Public Works and Municipal Facilities. We're here this morning to present our fiscal year 2024 budget. We will be presenting our budgets for the following three divisions, that being the environmental, the engineering, and the highway divisions. This slide indicates our organizational chart. Again, I'm the Director of Engineering and Environmental Services. Beneath me is an Assistant Director. That position is currently vacant and has been for the past 5 months. We have an environmental engineer who is Bob Carey, been with the town for approximately 12 years, and below Bob is 2 part-time drop-off attendants. On the Public Works and Municipal Facilities side, beneath Dave is a foreman, 2 assistant foremans, 2 mechanics / equipment operators, 3 equipment operators, and 5 truck driver laborers. Now to the budgets. The environmental division is responsible for the collection, transportation, and the disposal of municipal solid waste and sanitary sewer within the town of Londonderry. We are responsible to oversee and manage the following: curbside collection of household trash and recycling, the seasonal operation of the drop-off center, yearly household hazardous waste collection days, waste oil collection program, and the school recycling programs. As town manager had indicated earlier, the single largest vendor contract in the town of Londonderry is our solid waste contract with Waste Management. This year, for fiscal year 2024, we're proposing a budget in the amount of $2,605,075. The following slide illustrates 16 line items of solid waste associated with the solid waste budget. The majority of these costs are associated with the solid waste operations, salaries, benefits, office supplies, and certification requirements for the town employees. There's 2 items that I'll further explain, those being the waste collection services in the amount of $1.8 million and the recycling services in the amount of $757,000. This particular slide indicates, summarizes what we're proposing for fiscal year 2024. So for our curbside solid waste collection, we're proposing a budget of $764,000. That reflects a 6% increase to the collection and transportation. That is in accordance with our current contract with Waste Management. We're also including 80 new homes, and you all know that the town continues to grow. Under our disposal, where we are budgeting $774,000. We're estimating 9,000 tons at $86.07 for disposal costs. That 8607 reflects, again, the 6% increase to the disposal. And the quantities are variable. Those are our estimates. We also include a fuel adjustment of $37,000. So what we're doing, we're allocating an additional $2 per increase in the cost of diesel fuel. Under carts, we're requesting an additional $10,000. The reason for that is, again, we do have an increase due to the number of new homes and also some of our older carts needing replacement. Some of those carts that are out on the road are up to 13 years old now. Under household hazardous waste, we're requesting an additional $10,000. That increase is in essence, is due to the additional quantity that we're actually collecting. Newer homes, or excuse me, more homes, more people bringing hazardous waste. And if I can put a plug on that, that's next Saturday. Under our drop-off center, we're requesting an additional $60,000. Again, those increases are due to the number of residents that are using the facility and also the actual cost for disposal of the materials that we're collecting. Under our recycling contract, for fiscal year 2024, we're budgeting $550,000 for curbside recycling collection. We have the 6% increase in the collection and transportation for the contract and the additional 80 new homes. We are estimating 2,700 tons at $68.90 for our disposal. That reflects, again, the 6% increase per the contract, and the quantity is variable. And lastly, the estimated fuel adjustment of $20,000, again, allocating $2 increase in the price of diesel fuel per our contract with Waste Management. Now I'd like to just present the sanitary sewer portion of the budget. This budget is paid for by the users of the sanitary sewer and is an enterprise fund. This does not affect the tax rate. For fiscal year 2024, we're requesting a budget in the amount of $3,063,240. This slide reflects the personnel costs, such as salaries, benefits, et cetera. Those are fixed costs. The next slide reflects 10 cost items associated with the sewer budget, and if I could, I'll explain a couple of these line items. Under usage services, the $1.4 million, that's what it costs the town of Londonderry to dispose of our sanitary sewer waste between City of Manchester and the town of Derry. So that's the invoices that we get for the quantities of wastewater that we discharge to them. Under sewer management services, the amount of $490,000, those are the costs from our consultants to perform general engineering services, such as overseeing the inspection and cleaning and repairs, sewer rate analysis, pipeline analysis, and also our facility plan update. A couple of the other line items that bring to your attention, under sewer telephone, you see a significant reduction in that. The reason for that is that we've eliminated any of our landlines. We're using cellular SCADA at our pump stations now for communication. The increase in the sewer electric, again, you see there's a 50% increase due to uncertainty. Again, we're all in that boat, not knowing what electrical costs are going to be here. We have zeroed out our sewer heat and oil. That's because we've discontinued the use of propane at our Charleston pump station, one of our larger pump stations. We've replaced it with a heat pump. Most of our stations, we either use heat pumps or electricity for our heating. Lastly, the last item, the sewer repairs and maintenance, the $248,000. That number covers our vendors' weekly preventive maintenance visits to our 6 stations, any meter calibrations or the operation of the SCADA systems, cleaning of the wet wells, emergency and non-emergency repairs of our sanitary sewer system. Continuing on with the sewer costs, you'll see most of those items are level. The sewer machinery and equipment number, the $518,000, that is per our intermunicipal agreement with both the city of Manchester and the town of Derry. In the city of Manchester, we are responsible as they progress with doing improvements to their facility. We're on the hook for 10% of whatever that number is, whatever the cost is. So that's what that $518,000 number represents. Under the Highway Division budget for fiscal year 2024, we're proposing a budget in the amount of $4,717,746.
Can we pause for a moment, please?
Sure.
All right, any questions on the sewer department? Environmental services, waste management, anything on that? Yes.
Quick question on waste management, John. So the costs for the drop-off center are going up.
Correct.
I know Bob Carey's looking at a study right now to have the drop-off center open 12 months a year. Does that number reflect that at all? Or that's
Not
just
at
for
all.
current schedule?
It's keeping things the way it is. Yeah.
Good.
Now we have some hard numbers and, again, the catch-up game.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah. Again, the Town of Londonderry Highway Division is responsible for the operation and maintenance of approximately 191 miles of roadways, 7 bridges, approximately 4,800 drainage structures, and 63 miles of drainage pipe. This slide illustrates the personnel costs, the salaries, the benefits, et cetera, for personnel within the Highway Department. This next line indicates these 12 line items reflect costs associated with the highway budget. And as you can see, we're holding the line on 10 of the 12 items. However, Dave and I will explain the increases on the 2 highlighted items, the $290,000 and the $100,000 line item. So if I can dissect the $290,000 increase and just to explain what that is, and the 60, 30, and the 200. So the $60,000 number, that's historically what the department has requested under this line item to cover costs associated with the assistance with our stormwater Phase 2 EPA permitting requirements, any boundary survey or wetland delineation and permitting. So again, even though we have the roads to maintain and we're replacing culverts and if we have to do improvements on a particular roadway, at times we have to retain consultant services to do a survey. Where's the boundary? Where's the wetlands? We need to get those permitting too. We have to do as we say sometimes. Out of those costs come alcohol and drug testing and pre-employment physicals for our new and our existing employees. Again, we need to do at times site distance investigations and traffic studies. There's a problem somebody brings to our attention is poor site distance. We need to have it surveyed, and again, can we actually physically do the work without acquiring land? Out of those funds come our traffic control and our police details. We also have annual dam registrations for the Rosalie Dam, the Kendall Pond Dam. And lastly, our traffic signals in our emergency gates throughout the town. And now the town is responsible for 4 traffic lights. Majority of those are up north, up off of Pettingill Road, Webster Lane, and Grenierfield Road. So these expenditures fluctuate from year to year. So the $30,000 number up there, this year an additional $30,000 is being added to this line item. This $30,000 figure comes from the general government line item known as repairs and maintenance services. This $30,000 covers costs associated with the Auburn Road Superfund site and the former Lamont Labs site. At the Auburn Road site, the town of Londonderry is responsible for the third-party inspections of the site, maintenance of the cells, vegetative cover, any of the fencing or upkeep of the cells that we need to do up there. And at the Lamont Labs site, the town of Londonderry is responsible for the ongoing groundwater sampling, testing, reporting to New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services under the groundwater management permit. As Town Manager Malaguti had alluded to, it is stuff that I've kind of been babysitting over time, and so it just made sense to put it into the engineering line. So, lastly, the $200,000. That is to allow the department to retain the services of a third-party consultant to assist with catching up with the EPA-issued stormwater Phase 2 permitting requirements. So, again, the Phase 2 permitting pertains to surface water quality. So back in 1972, the Federal Clean Water Act focused on wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and those upgrades were performed because most wastewater treatment facility discharges, the water that they were discharging were poor in water quality, basically, where that flowed into rivers. Merrimack River receives discharges from City of Concord wastewater treatment facility, City of Manchester, even Town of Derry, their wastewater treatment discharges actually into the Merrimack River. So in 1987, however, the Federal Clean Water Act was amended. And when they amended it, it focused more on stormwater, and that's where we're at now. So what is stormwater runoff? Stormwater runoff is generated from rain and snowmelt that flows over land or impervious surfaces. And why is it a problem? Because the runoff picks up pollutants that can harm rivers, streams, and ponds. Population growth and the development of unurbanized areas are major contributors to the amount of pollutants in the runoff, as well as the volume and rate of runoff from impervious surfaces. So quite often you hear that I use that term MS4 community. So MS4 is an acronym for Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System. So an MS4 is a conveyance or system of conveyances that is publicly owned and operated that discharges to waters of the U.S. designed or used to collect or convey stormwater through storm drains, pipes, or ditches. It is not a combined sewer and not part of the wastewater treatment facility or publicly owned treatment works. We're fortunate here in Londonderry that we are a newer community. Our sanitary sewer system is not that old, so we do not have a combined sewer system. So we don't have stormwater and wastewater being combined. That's a big problem in the cities, larger cities, City of Manchester, City of Nashua. So in 2003, the EPA introduced the concept of the MS4 permits to guide authorities like the town of Londonderry in managing their Clean Water Act requirements. So the EPA Phase 2 permit requires implementing a stormwater program that includes public education and outreach, public participation, an illicit discharge detection and elimination program, construction site runoff controls, post-construction stormwater regulations for new development and redevelopment, and good housekeeping for municipal operations. So the Town of Londonderry Department of Public Works has been working on our MS4 permitting since 2003. The new permit issued in 2017 looks more closely at the water quality characteristics that would indicate the presence of items such as sanitary sewer, wastewater, fertilizers, or detergents. The town is approximately 300 outfalls that need to be located, documented, and sampled if flowing during dry weather. So obviously, if it hasn't rained for the past 24 hours or 48 hours, and there's something coming out of the discharge into the pipe, where's that water coming from? That's basically what the question is. And if it's flowing, we need to sample it, test it for bacteria, for surfactants, which would be soaps. So again, and the concern would be is somebody discharging their washing machine into the municipal the municipal stormwater system. The new permit also includes updates to the current site plan and subdivision regulations. This includes erosion and sediment control regulations and ordinances, salt storage and snow storage area requirements, expansion of our construction monitoring procedures related to erosion and sediment control measures, and as-built requirements, and lastly, control of waste during the construction process. Our new permit requires the town to review and develop reports relative to low-impact development, assessing roadway and parking lot design guidelines, consider green infrastructure, and retrofitting even the town's current stormwater facilities. So in order to catch up with the requirements of the 2017 permit, third-party assistance is needed, so that is the reason that I'm requesting that additional $200,000. That was a lot in a little short time. And Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, if anybody's got a question now, I'll take a minute.
Sure, go ahead. Anyone have a question?
Where's that coming from? The 200, you transferred it from
No,
where to where?
So the 30,000 was transferred from general government
Right.
to Public Works.
Right.
I am requesting an additional 200,000.
Okay. That's what I was saying.
So that's what so the 60 is what we typically get, the 30 is what they're transferring, and I'm asking for the additional 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dave, I'll let
Please
you
proceed.
explain, I'll let you explain the maintenance supply request.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I have a couple of brief prepared statements on some of the items that I want to drill down into, and then I can speak to it more generically. But good morning, well, actually, good afternoon now. Thank you, Mr. Town Manager, Chairman of the Board, and board members. Again, my name is Dave Wally, and I'm your Director of Public Works and Municipal Facilities. The importance of this maintenance and vehicle repair line speaks directly to our department's ability to effectively respond to emergencies and work order requests for the daily operation of the town of Londonderry. This line should allow us to appropriately maintain the 37 pieces of equipment, vehicles, and machinery for all areas of which our department cover. As a recap, in addition to the previous highway statistics that John has brought forward here today, our department now oversees and manages and maintains all 8 cemeteries, 5 municipal buildings, the town common, assists with the drop-off center as well. And additionally, as the previous department spoke, both police and fire, we also go over and help them should a need arise. It is imperative that we maintain our fleet in a responsible manner it deserves. The taxpayers have supported and invested heavily with the purchase of our fleet. Our department staff put together an itemized list of annual costs associated with providing minimum preventative maintenance and inspection items on each piece of equipment, which in total alone, as some of the other previous departments did, is $49,427. So with our current line item being at $50,000, you can see that, and we very conservatively put those numbers together. That's basically one oil change, one state inspection, one set of tires, even though we have 13 six-wheelers and whatnot. I can get into the breakdown of the equipment. As you can see, some of the slides here over the last 5 years, we have consistently needed to overspend the line to keep the fleet in good running order. In fact, the last time $50,000 was sufficient was almost 10 years ago in FY 2013. And in 2013, they were actually even budgeted at only $40,000, so they even exceeded the line back then. In winter emergency operations, it is vital for our fleet to be at its best, to be able to provide the highest degree of safe roads for the motoring public, but more importantly, for emergency responders to travel quickly to those in need when seconds matter most. I think the police and the fire department did an excellent job in their presentations today at describing some of the calls that they have that goes year-round in their need to respond in a quick and efficient manner. So we're looking for an additional $50,000 line increase to this line, and I'll speak at the end of the budget presentation to our equipment and how that ties into the maintenance money that you see before you here. Just a bit of a breakdown, we have 8 large pieces of equipment, meaning backhoes, excavators, rollers, things of that nature. We have 21 vehicles, 12 of which are the 6-wheel dump trucks with the wings and the plows that you see. We have a catch basin cleaning truck and various 1-ton trucks and pickups for the workers and managers to respond in. And then we have 8 tow-behind vehicles, such as chippers, compressors, crack sealers, and things of the such like that. Trailers themselves, plankings wear out and get worn. And then we have multiple amounts of small engines as well that need maintenance: saws, blowers, lawnmowers, weed whackers, and the such. Again, I didn't include this in the slide presentation. There's a lot of numbers in front of me here, but again, just the general maintenance. The fire department and police department illustrated the cost of tires. So when you're looking to replace a tire on a loader that's as tall as I am, you're looking at $3,000 a tire. So it can get expensive pretty quick. So just for the general maintenance of stuff, the PMs is over $49,000. Are there any questions on the vehicle maintenance? I know that's a significant ask. We're looking to double the budget You can see that we, again, the 1 year there, FY20, you see we exceeded it quite a bit, over the $100,000 that we're looking to fund this line at. But I believe we had a complete engine overhaul that we had to do that year. So we similarly, like how the finance director does, we took the high and the low, removed that, did an average, and that puts us comfortably at $100,000 for that line.
Okay.
Okay?
Continuing with the highway costs, again, of these 12 line items, there's 5 that are increases. Dave, I'll let you talk to the first 2.
So the highway department expense supplies, this, looking for a small bump, $3,000 to that line item. And that's essentially, it somewhat ties into the previous line, some of the smaller things that we need for the vehicles, sometimes wipers, nuts, bolts, grease, things of that nature will be charged out of this. And then other department expenses that we need to run the division as a whole. The capital lease, I think we can probably talk to that a little bit more at the end, unless if you want to highlight it a little bit here, Justin, at all?
No, that increase is due to us being able to get the lower rate. However, instead of at a 10-year, it's at a 7-year aspect. So we are paying under a 1% interest rate on that lease. However, it's over 7 years instead of 10.
We'll move on to the highway maintenance. Again, you see an increase to $920,000 is what we're requesting. Again, majority of that money does come from the highway block grant, state block grant monies that we do receive. For fiscal year '24, it's estimated at $625,000. What we had done just this past spring is we had put out, these are our construction materials. And again, that highway block grant money is typically used for our shim and overlays, our guardrail repairs, crack sealing, striping, ditch cleaning, any of the tree cutting or trimming. So as you can see, all of those 5 items, those are all covered under that. Those are where we get those monies. It averages an increase of about 22%. That's why, as you see where the slide indicates, we're requesting an additional 22% increase on that. That's the background of why we're requesting that increase.
John, can I jump in real quick again?
Yeah.
I forgot that this is one that we also realigned for capital, going back to capital leases. We realigned the budget where one of the vehicles that is a DPW vehicle was in general government. So we moved that 20,000 to this account line since that's where it belongs. So 20,000 of that increases that as well. Transfer it from the general government budget.
Okay.
Dave?
Signs, yeah.
Yep.
One thing that became apparently clear to me in town, now that I'm working in town and moving about the community, just a general guesstimate on some of our signs out there do not meet the MUDSID requirements, which is the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices. A lot of our signs are still in 4-inch lettering, and we're asking for a small increase there of $2,000 to that line item to start making a concerted effort to replacing the signs to meet the standards that are set by Federal Highway Administration. I'm going to move on to salt.
Yep.
So salt, we had quite a discussion about it last year. I think we took a step in the right direction last year. And as we get into some of these slides, it'll illustrate that quite clearly that we still got a lot of work to do. While salt remained firmly stable in the $50 to $55 per ton range for many years, we experienced a significant increase from 31% from the state bid pricing in the fiscal year of 2022. Moreover, we experienced another 8% increase with state bid pricing for fiscal year 2023, our current year, pushing the pricing of more than $78 per ton. We are further predicting to experience a continued climb in the pricing of salt for FY 2024, as the main driver for the price of salt is the cost of diesel, which is needed to haul it. A lot of that increases is coming from where they mine it, to when they ship it overseas, to where it arrives at the ports, and then it ultimately lands in our yard. Diesel is an incredible driver on the cost for salt. All that equipment that I just mentioned is run on diesel, obviously, to get it here. While the slides demonstrate our department is spending a little under $220,000 allocation, it is important to remember that snow accumulations for the last 4 years
have been abnormally low, only averaging between 50 and 60 inches, whereas we are typically in the 70-plus inch range. Where this is most clearly demonstrated in the slide you see before you is the jump in FY 2022, where we exceeded our allocation by more than $50,000 while receiving the least accumulation in all the years presented, that being only 50 inches last winter. Also, however, it is important to understand the type of precipitation we have been experiencing in the recent years. Some of you may recall last winter, we had some flash freeze-overs that caught us at the tail end of the morning commute. We experienced a lot of sleet, freezing rain, over to snow, and then back to sleet and freezing rain on the tail end. And that is really the only item that you can really use to work that type of scenario is salt. Last year, we took a step in the right direction by increasing this line, $20,000. If you recall, Mr. Chairman, you quite accurately identified the need to move that line, and as such was made. On an average winter, our department utilizes 3,900 tons of salt. We are at a current cost of $78.86 per ton in places, and that funding, should you do the math there, will exceed $300,000. We are respectfully requesting an additional $40,000 allocation for salt to ensure that we have an adequate supply of snow and ice-fighting materials in an effort to keep the roads of Londonderry in the safest conditions for travel and emergency response. We do hold that, this part of our responsibility in our department. We are first responders. We do understand the importance of being out there and leading the way so that the crews in blue and yellow and blue and red can get to where they need to be. Next slide, Donna, if you would, please. I'm sorry, did you already have that one up there?
We have a question.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dave,
Yep.
do you see any supply chain problems with salt now?
None that I'm aware of, no. We're hearing, there's a diesel crunch, if you will, or a supply issue in that manner. So that may impact salt. There was a time approximately 15 years ago where we did have a big salt supply issue, but there's none that on the horizon I'm aware of.
And how much salt do you think we have in our salt shed now?
Right now, both sheds are full, and I believe that yields us about 1,500 tons.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on salt?
Nope. We'll keep going forward.
So what we do this past year for fiscal year 22-23, we shimmed and overlaid portions of Alexander Road, Auburn Road, Bacchus Road, Kimball Road, Pettingill Road and Roundstone Drive, Old Dairy Road, Pillsbury Road, High Range Road, and West Road. On Charmoran Row, we rehabilitated that road by, again, grinding the road, reshaping it, and paving it with binder and wearing course. So where do we see us going in for fiscal year 23-24? Looking at some road rehabilitation on Bancroft Road, Harvey Road, a portion of that, King Arthur, again, a couple of roads within the King area, Parmenter Road, South Road, and those are the roads that we foresee in our sites. Again, these are largely dependent on the severity of the 22-23 winter season. Will be relooked at in the springtime of 2023. Again, this winter raised havoc with the roadways, so again, our priorities may shift. So you see us doing something that was never on the list. That's the reason. Where'd you go?
Yep. So we'll start to bring forward to you here some pieces of equipment for consideration. There are 5 items, 3 of which are large 6-wheel dump trucks, 1 utility body, 4x4 1-ton truck, and 1 backhoe. Before I review each piece with you, it is important to understand that the vehicles have been somewhat deferred in the last few years, and therefore that's why we have 5 of them to discuss today. In fact, the way our program's laid out, we actually have 3 vehicles that we should be talking about this year. Instead, we'll be pushing them to next year to get caught up on the backlog. As previously stated, having a reliable and ready fleet that is a well-oiled machine is vital to the department's need in providing the best possible roads during winter emergency operations. Safety of our residents traveling in Londonderry is dependent upon our ability to continually plow and treat the roads. That not only protects them in their travels, but also meets the needs and requirements for both police and fire department response times. So I'll just run through them, each one of them quickly. Believe it or not, this truck, while it may be the ugliest looking as far as the body is concerned, is the youngest of the trucks that we're looking to replace. It is a 2012 six-wheel dump truck, International. It is in poor condition. The more important pictures really are 3 through 6. In this truck, you can see that we use each vehicle as they come up. We use them for a variety of reasons. This one currently has the tailgate off. We use that for hauling brush and logs and when we're doing the tree removals that we spoke of previously. But photo 4 illustrates the hydraulic valve deterioration. 5 and 6 highlight the spinner assembly. More importantly, the frame and body struts underneath the bed there all have rot. Again, these vehicles are used to haul around the most corrosive elements that we have in town, is salt. You know, a lot of people like to take their cars immediately after a snowstorm and get the salt washed off their vehicle. And that's perhaps a discussion for another day on how we maintain these as well. It's a big challenge, but the crew does a good job at trying to wash them as frequently as we can to prevent that type of rot that you see on the truck. Next vehicle is Truck 9. Again, six-wheel dump truck. It's a 2009, and again, it's an older truck. When you look at it, you say, well, why isn't there as much rot on that? Well, about 4 years ago, the staff went ahead, ground a lot of that off, cut out parts of the body, put in new sheet metal, did the welding in-house. Very talented and skilled couple of guys we got down there doing this work, and then repainted it. But it's really cosmetic. You know, you look at the hood; it's fiberglass, so that's not going to rot. It's too bad they couldn't make the whole truck out of fiberglass, but nonetheless, so the exterior and things of that nature. And this one has the chipper box on it for when we're out towing around the chipper and clearing brush and chipping up trees. But again, I want to bring emphasis to photos 3 through 6 that really illustrate the aggressive effect and the deterioration of the truck from the materials that we use. Important in this slide too, 5 and 6 shows the interior of the cab. You know, when our crews are working, they're out in it, snow, salt, ice, dirt, whatnot gets on their boots, gets in and out of the truck with them, and leads to floor rot and some deterioration around the pedals itself to run the machinery. This is the truck that I referred to earlier. We had to overhaul the engine at 56,000 miles. Very expensive repair to do that. And so as the trucks get older, those are some of the bigger types of repairs that you need. And again, it speaks to the need to increase the vehicle maintenance line item. Truck 8 is a 2011 truck. And again, I should also emphasize that the useful life of these trucks or expectancy is 8 to 10 years. We've exceeded all 3 of these trucks. And it's important really to understand, for example, this truck here and the lead time on it, should you and or the voters vote to appropriate the funding to replace this vehicle, we wouldn't be able to order this truck until 2023. And the 2 trucks we received from the previous fiscal year took about 14 to 15 months before we received it. So even if this truck is approved to be replaced, we're going to ask it to go through another potentially 2 full winter cycles. So that's an important consideration to try to get the vehicle replacement program back on track. You can see in slide 6 that where this truck again was repainted a few years back, you can already see some of the sprawling of the paint. The rust is returning at the exit where it exits the truck and the spinner belt as well. Truck 2 is for one of our foremen. He's on call ready to respond to emergencies. Truck is one of our workhorses. And luckily, when I got here in the summer of '21, late summer, they had already started to work on this truck. And I had snapped a bunch of photos, and you can see in slide 3, there's even where there was a rot right through the floorboard of it itself when they were trying to redo some of the cabinets and whatnot on this vehicle. This vehicle does have over 85,000 miles. It's used every single day, again, with one of our foremen that works out in the streets. And again, you got to understand the replacement period here. If, this truck is approved, still may not be here for another year or so, and we expect this truck will then, at that point, when it's replaced, it will have over 100,000 miles. Lastly, I bring before you our backhoe. It's our only department's backhoe. We use it down at the drop-off center as well, but we use it quite extensively for ditching and basin repairs and things of that nature. It is a 2010. It is in the middle of its useful life cycle. It needs a fairly excessive repair on the back-end digging part of it. It's more of an operational nuisance, if nothing else, than it is a safety concern. But a lot of the bushings and bearings on the back end of that piece of equipment has become quite worn. And, a complete overhaul of that, we've gone out and got some estimates, and we're looking at $7,000 to $10,000 repair. So, again, this all ties back into the vehicle maintenance line item. We're trying to hold off on doing a repair like that until we have some adequate funding, because if a motor goes and a truck's not going, which plows the roads and is a frontline emergency vehicle use, this can wait. It's not out on the road plowing snow and things like that, but it should be addressed. And if we get the funding and we can address it, then, I'm confident that we can get beyond the 15-year life cycle of this particular piece of equipment. So it's one or the other. Either a new vehicle, if we don't get the funding to continue to do important and expensive repairs like this, then the vehicles, we can't keep, prolonging the life of these types of equipment. I do have some definitive numbers on each vehicle, but in the interest of time, if you guys want to email me or whatever you want to know, kind of what we spent in the last couple of years, our foreman, Paul, was gracious to put these numbers together for me, so I can certainly share them. But you can see as the trucks age, the increased amount of money that we've put into truck 9 over 2 years. We've put in $39,000. That was the one that had a $28,000 engine rebuild that was necessary. So they get more costly as we prolong their lifespan for the fleet.
We'll get into that when we get into the details. Yep. Okay. Questions? Yes, I'm sorry.
Do you wanna go
I was just
first?
looking the other way.
Okay, no worries. I have a question.
Sure.
So say you get the money for the 4 vehicles, because the other ones I don't know, even the 4 of them, or 5 of them, rather. What do you do with the old vehicles? Do you auction them, sell them, get rid of them for parts? Is there a way to make some money back on these vehicles? I would assume there is, but.
Yep, great question. And likewise, I'm sure Lender has done it a variety of ways. I can speak to the 2 that we just received. Both those vehicles cost $190,000 for them to come to us. The trade-in value of the 2 vehicles was approximately $13,000. One might have been a little bit higher than the other. So that goes back in. So the total overall cost might be somewhere around $177, $180. But to know what that trade-in value is today for when we're going to get the truck almost 2 years from today is hard to know what that will be. How much more will it deteriorate, or what will it yield?
I guess my question is, I don't know if you necessarily always get the most amount of money in a trade-in. I think sometimes people, especially when, like you're saying, people trying to find things, somebody looking to start a business would be willing to put in, might be more willing to pay $20,000, $30,000 for that truck and put the labor into it themselves to have a vehicle that they can't get to do that. I don't know if that's an option we're looking at. And I know it sounds crazy, but I do see it all the time.
Yeah, there's a few ways that you can go about it. Years ago, and I'll just speak to some of my experience, we used to go to state bid, go to the state auction, and that has proven to definitely be the wrong way to go. You get very low return value on your equipment at a state auction bid. The trade-in works very favorably, but there are services and companies that you can acquire that will come in and they will put it on a state government auction block and things of that nature and whatnot, and use the internet to go out and solicit bids. Of course, they get a fee for it and whatnot. So there are a variety of ways of doing it, and so I appreciate the question.
You're going to look at all the options?
When I first got here, ironically, because these types of services, they know when people are changing, it's time to take a run. And I had a guy within the first month I was here that was ready to, what do we got for equipment and what do we want to sell and things of that nature. So.
I bring it up because a friend of mine did go to the state auction and bought a bunch of used police cars and sold them offline to a security company for triple without doing any work to them, what they put into it, so they would have a fleet of cars because they couldn't get cars. So that was just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
2 items, Mr. Chairman, if I may. No need to go back to the slide. If you just please clarify, John, I think it was $900 and some odd thousand for roadway maintenance. And what I heard you say was $600,000 is covered by a federal block grant.
From the state block grant, correct.
So how much are we asking from the taxpayers? Is the 600, is the 900 reduced by the 600?
That was the request, Justin. I don't know what the final number was.
So what happens here is this is where governmental accounting becomes fun. We receive the revenue as the highway block grant. You'll see that on the revenue page, how much we receive. The state law requires that we spend at least that amount on roads and the certain things that qualify under the highway block grant. Out of the 920,000, I think was the number, a portion of that is attributable to that highway block grant. An example of this is, I think it was 2 years ago, they actually decreased it by about 20,000. So what we did is we froze 20,000 of that budget, and then at year end we let it go because we didn't get it from the state. So we didn't require it through taxation. We got it from the highway block grant. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but essentially you have to budget for it as an appropriation for the expense and appropriation for the revenue as well, and then the net impact is the taxation of what we're looking for. But you have to budget the full 900,000 in the operating budget.
Thank you. Great explanation.
Perfect.
It's complicated is the answer I heard, but no need to go
I
any
guess, yeah.
further. Thank
But
you.
it's essentially because of the way that governmental accounting works, you can't say, all right, we know we're getting 600,000 from the state, so we're only going to budget 300. You have to budget the full 900.
Thank you. Okay. And my second is my annual suggestion that, especially now that we're considering somehow revamping or doing something with our highway facility, and I've seen the numbers from the other department heads about the cost of their vehicle maintenance, in basic things like oil changes, that we do an analysis to see whether it would be cost-effective to hire a town mechanic.
That's a great observation, and it's some of the stories that I'll be, or information that I'll be bringing forward. Got a little sidetracked with the Lions Hall. But a perfect example is we have a truck down there right now that we needed a new transmission. We have the talent and the skill in-house that could do it. We just don't have the equipment, the lifts. We don't have to do it safely, and so we have to send it out. So the facility needs a strong look at. That's something that I'll be working on with the town manager to bring forward, and for a design and analysis for spatial needs and things like that to actually give us a facility. I would refer to what we work in as more of a garage, and then a variety of out structures of trailers and old sheds and old buildings and things that we've acquired over the years to try to keep tools, equipment, and supplies, out of the weather and dry. For example, this backhoe and our rubber wheeled excavator, which is a piece of equipment valued north of $300,000. This equipment sits outside, not even undercover, all year round. You know, the snow, and I have pictures of it from last winter, everything, all of it covered in, snow and ice and whatnot, and dirt. It's parked on gravel, which is a problem because you get a lot of temperature fluctuation and underneath the machine, which creates rust. And moreover, the sunlight, the UV light that hits these pieces of equipment, a lot of the hydraulic lines are out in the open, so they dry out, they crack, they split, they blow out when you're using them. So, to your point, a facility that would be adequate for a town of our size and a fleet of our size, again, to maintain the equipment and perhaps even prolong the life of these trucks. Perhaps we could get the useful life from 8 to 10 years more to the 10 to 12 or 12 to 15 years. There's some other things you can do in the way we spec trucks too. But again, I wouldn't want to do that and increase the cost of each vehicle until we had perhaps the appropriate facility to store them in when we're not in an emergency situation. So, thank you.
Anyone else? I just have a couple quick things when everyone's done. Go ahead.
I had one question. We took a tour through the facilities out there to see the hodgepodge of stuff. And I was curious, since we're up in the Northeast and everybody ends up going to the car wash to get all the salt, brine, and everything off the bottom of their vehicles and stuff, how do you get all that stuff off the bottom of your trucks, which are rusting out from the frame from the bottom up?
That is an excellent question, and it is a challenge that every DPW struggles with. When I was in Salem, it was one of our biggest concern. And John and I, was when we first met for 10 years, and we were part of the Salt Reduction Committee through the state for the widening of I-93. And it was an interesting exercise for 10 years, to say the least. And but we learned a great deal from each community, the challenges of that. We were promised some money out of the allocation in Salem. We designed a truck wash facility that was going to be automated. We were going to make it large enough, and this is something for Londonderry concern to consider. We made it large enough so that the fire department, their equipment is very expensive, and they're out on the roads in these emergencies. You see crashes and everything else happening during these events, so they're getting all that material on their vehicles as well. So we had sized it appropriately so that even the fire engines, ladder trucks could come through and wash their vehicles as well. So that's the way that it should be addressed. The way that we do it right now, we have two hoses. One is typical garden hose like you see at your own home, and we'll rinse them as best we can as time allows. Again, we have what I call a garage. We don't have a facility, so we can do one at a time. We do have a larger hose which blasts it a little harder, but because of the close working quarters that we have down there, if the mechanics are working on the back end of the building and they've got an engine apart or they're working on, a wiring harness, whatever, the last thing we want to be doing is blasting salt and throwing it in their direction or getting water all over the walls and into the offices, into the office space down there. So it's a challenge, and you said it best, was washing it underneath is really, the slides that I show you in 3, 4, 5, and 6, that's the areas that you want to hit the best. So having an undercarriage type spray design is perhaps the best type of way to clean them. But what we do now is lay on the ground, get on a creeper, try and get it the best we can. And unfortunately, it's in times when the guys are exhausted. We get after a storm, we've been there for 24 hours or longer, and the next day, we're trying to get the trucks clean, and they're tired, and last thing you want to do is lay down on a cold concrete floor and spraying water up, and everything's black, hitting you back in the face, and you get salt in your eye. It's a pretty bad irritant. You can have them put the face shields on and protect themselves and things of that nature, but it's a menacing type of assignment to do, but we understand the importance of it. But some of the things that I would like to bring forward for consideration for the years to come would be, to be better able to maintain the fleet so that it doesn't become like what we're looking at today. So, thank you.
I was just surprised. I guess I was kind of expecting more of a facilities proposal of some type of things, like maybe a lift, or, I mean, you guys do so much yourself, and it's like you got like nothing out there almost, it seems like. When you took the tour, I don't know how you fix half the things you do with the lack of equipment that you got out there.
It's talent, and, I could speak volumes. I know we're late here, but I can speak volumes about the staff that we have. But The building that we're working out of was built in, I did some research, I believe it was 1970. I remember that year, it was the year I was born. So, it's an old building that they're working in. We don't have lifts. I was surprised to learn that even the PD has a lift in their building out here for the cars and things of that nature. And so we've made some important strides since I've arrived here in acquiring some of the tools that they were lacking. Even technical tools for running codes. A lot of these trucks now, they're not simple machinery to work on, and so they needed that. We've made strides in that, but the physical environment in which they're in and subjected to, you're absolutely correct. Sometimes the guys have to wash the trucks outside because we're doing too many repairs inside, and so you're out in 30-degree weather or colder. Washing trucks. And then I get concerned of, employees getting injured because they're tired and they're trying to climb up on it. We don't have catwalks where you can really blast from above. So they're using, foot ladders and whatnot to climb up and stand on it. And when you're washing a truck and it's 28 degrees outside, the ladder gets ice buildup on it. And so guys can slip and fall and get hurt. And that's the last thing that we want to have happen. For a very personal reason, but also the effect and the impact that has on our overall operation. This winter, we're going to go it alone. There's going to be 16 of us there. That includes myself, the 13 employees, and then two part-timers that come in. Contracted equipment is not available. Every community is challenged with retaining the equipment that they have, and then, quite frankly, there's just no one getting into the business anymore. It's too costly. You can see what these trucks and vehicles cost, and you can see what the salt and the work does to them. So a lot of private companies are just not interested in that. Or if they do, they go into the more lucrative private sector where they're plowing for a mall or a large-scale commercial property, and they can afford to get the rates that they want. I've spoken to 5 public works directors in the area. Every single community had to go up on their rates significantly. Some of them as much as $35 an hour across the board on equipment. So we did make an adjustment here too, but the equipment's just not out there. So there'll only be 16 pieces on the 13 routes. And what the real challenge is too is these trucks age and they break down. The guys that we utilize as our mechanics, they're out plowing. So now you've got to pull them in to help or assist one of the foremen that's out, supposed to be checking roads and helping out in other areas. It's a big challenge. We're thin. We're concerned about it, but the roads will be plowed, and emergency personnel will be able to move around the community.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just real quick. Useful life, you have some of these in here, about 8 to 10 years. To me, I'm looking at the hours. I mean, most of these hovering around 6,000 hours. Is that low or is that high?
No, and that's a great observation. A lot of people sometimes get focused on the mileage, but really it is the hours. When you're looking at the larger trucks, it's the hours.
Correct.
So, and with the EPA and the way that they've changed some of these motors and whatnot, understandably, these trucks don't like to idle. However, like I said, we're outdoors. So when the guys come back, if there's a lull in a storm or they need a break or they're going to grab a cup of coffee, we're leaving these trucks idling. And these new DEF filters and whatnot, they don't like that. So it leads to breakdowns. If we had a facility when at least when they would return, we could bring them inside, we could shut them down, we could let some of the ice, that's building up on it, and also the waste of diesel fuel. And diesel fuel is extremely expensive. So when you have 14, 15 trucks idling, which they do. I mean, I won't kid you, we don't plow straight 24 hours. I mean, it's just not physically possible. You have to give your staff an ability to get some rest or get out of the truck, stretch their legs, get their senses about them, because they're moving around 30, 40,000 pieces of equipment, of pounds of equipment out on that road, and you don't want to make a mistake.
So is that low or high, 6,000 hours?
I would say that it's pretty on track for what you would expect for a vehicle that age. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good. 2 quick things. One is can you do we lease any of our public works vehicles?
So lease is not, it's technically the right term. However, in terms of individuals, it's more of a finance situation.
Yeah, and I know interest rates are great right now.
We do lease several. That's, as I mentioned earlier, we have one at under 1% interest rate. The answer is yes, we do.
Okay. cemeteries, they have this thing called I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, a columbarium. They, for outdoors, they'll take up to 50 to 100 urns. Could we look into what that cost that is if we're running out of cemetery space? Because that seems to be something that most of the cemeteries are moving towards.
Yeah, great question, and it's something I was working on in my previous employment. They are expensive to build. The problem that we would have to do, and we've actually talked about this at our trustees meeting and whatnot, is that you got to have the upfront money to build it, similar to building land. It's a little bit more expensive.
Understood.
And so we'd have to look at our fee structure to make sure that whatever it costs to build it, it doesn't end up not selling because buying a traditional grave costs less. So.
Well, we may run out of traditional graves, so they may not have a choice.
We still do have room for expansion up there, but you're absolutely correct. There should be some consideration for at least a portion of the future expansion could be in the columbarium style. And they can be done quite tastefully. If anybody's been up to the Bosco Inn, up to the Veteran Cemetery, that's probably the largest area that you could really see in the state of New Hampshire. Manchester and Nashua, they're pretty fortunate. They have some, they have a great deal of expansion area, but they're even moving to them as well. So, but yeah, land is valuable, and so you don't have much of a choice.
Okay. Anything else from anyone? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Library. If anybody wants to take a break, feel free. We'll try to get the library moving forward. Everybody's very talkative today. Hi, ladies, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, officially, Mr. Chairman and Town Council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present the budget for the library for fiscal year '24. I'm Erin Matlin, the library director, and here with me is Donna Plant, my assistant director. We'll just go right into the slides. I'm going to try to make this quick for time. I'd like to share
No one up here will argue with you, I don't think.
No, not. I'd like to share with you some statistics, starting with circulation. In fiscal year '21, we had well over 200,000 items checked out. We were still closed for part of the year and opened limited hours going into fiscal '22. But now that we're open full hours with no restrictions and have been since May, we feel confident that our circulation numbers will increase over time. And to help encourage that, we've added some new collections that are already showing popularity. For example, our video game collection, our Library of Things collection, adult graphic novels, and a new database of Hoopla. I'll just keep going unless someone has questions.
No, feel free.
Feel free to stop me.
We'll stop you.
For moving into the reference transactions, another very busy department, answering questions as simple as, do we have the newest Stephen King book, to more research-based questions related to genealogy and town history. We're fortunate this year to be able to have added new databases that we think will be very valuable to our patrons, and again, are also showing popularity. And with these challenging economic times, having a database like Consumer Reports can be very helpful to our patrons. We also hope to add in the future a scheduled drop-in tech service that will help our patrons to assist them with some technology questions. Moving on to library programs, we are filling up our calendar with children's, young adult, and adult programs. We have something for every age, and the staff is always coming up with new ideas and suggestions that we think our patrons will enjoy. In the future, we have plans to offer more experience-based programming, and we hope to collaborate with nearby libraries in some larger programming. To stick with the theme of saving money, as many departments have mentioned, a majority of our programming is done by staff, and we also look for opportunities from other areas like New Hampshire, I think it was New Hampshire Fish and Game, that does offer us programming as well. This next slide is a fun slide, taking a quick look at some summer reading. that we had this past summer with almost 20,000 patrons visiting us this summer. We were obviously very busy, which is great. We love that. We're so happy to have our patrons in the library enjoying all the programs and services the library has to offer. We also collaborated with some local businesses to provide prizes for our patrons as well. So that was a nice connection. As far as grant opportunities, obviously funding certain opportunities can be challenging, so we try to find grant opportunities to take advantage of this. This year, we successfully received a grant from ARPA. The award for the grant was over $12,000, and this allowed the library to offer some new and wonderful services. I've mentioned Hoopla earlier. This has been a wonderful addition to our patrons to have access to even more books, TV shows, and magazines. We also were able to start our Library of Things collection. This is new and exciting, offering unique items to our patrons. And some of those items include puzzles, Nintendo Switch gaming system, board games, portable DVD player, and more. These are all items that patrons can check out, take home, and use at home. So we often do try before you buy kind of an option. Some items that we'll be adding to the future to this Library of Things collection are snowshoes, pickleball paddle set, projector, and a microphone set, and many other items as well. We do continue to look for grant opportunities, but we also, as mentioned by other departments, that does take staff time. So we try to keep that in mind when looking at those grant opportunities. But we know that there's a lot out there for libraries, and so we definitely try to take advantage of them when we can. Around the library, here are just some fun pictures of things that we've done. And this is a very small portion. Outreach obviously has been and will continue to be a focus of ours. This year we had a booth at Old Home Days as well as we marched in the parade, some of the staff. And then we were also excited to participate in the first annual Senior Expo. And kudos to the Senior Resource Committee. I think that was a wonderful event. We were able to meet a lot of our patrons, both new and not new, and also connect with other organizations in town that we can work with. I would also like to thank the Friends of the Leach Library for purchasing 2 charging stations for patron use in our library, one in the adult section and one in the children's section. And those have been a great addition to the library as well. For those who spend long time at the library, they can now charge their devices with no issue. The next slide is just a 5-year comparison of our budget, starting with FY19 and ending with our fiscal FY24 request, just to see those percentages there and the difference between those years. And then on our final slide, this is our proposed budget for fiscal year 24. Our goals for our fiscal year 24 are to offer more diverse and experience-based programming. As I had mentioned, those can range from dance lessons, exercise classes, arts and crafts, and so forth. We'd like to extend our outreach services and continue to do that. We're going to evaluate our technology needs and plan for future improvements. Obviously, that's something that is always ever changing, so we definitely have to take a look at that. And then also, as Mike, the town manager, had mentioned, we'd like to fulfill some of those staffing needs. The staff need that we're looking for is a full-time library technician. The difference between a technician and a librarian is that a technician does not have an MLS. So there is a cost savings there. As far as going forward. This will help us with those schedule gaps and program assistance as well. We did mention this already to the Board of Trustees, and they are fully supportive of for the need of that position. And that's it. Any questions?
Okay. I have a few, but anybody else? Yes.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. Did I read that we no longer are charging a fine for overdue books?
Yes, that's correct. That was approved by the Board of Trustees.
Okay, so we lose some revenue from that, but do we also like lose books because people don't feel the need to return them?
No, we actually, there have been, many libraries started going this route, and there have been studies that people actually end up returning more materials because they're not afraid to come back to the library because of those fines. So now they're more comfortable to return those items and also be able to check out more.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Anything else? So one thing I'd like to ask you is if you could take some time to get with Dave Wally and go over and look at the Lions Hall and tell me if you think that using that facility would enhance what you can offer at the library.
Absolutely, yeah, that would be a
So, for
great
example,
idea.
if we fix that building, Would there be things that you could do to, to enhance the services you offer?
It would be a great, like, off-site program space for us, probably, just right off the top of my head. I have not seen the facility itself, but I'll certainly take a look at that and see how we can have those options, absolutely.
That'd be great. And
Yeah.
what does a library tech cost with benefits?
So so this would be about 59,000 would be the salary.
So it's one of
And
the
then-
warrant articles on the tax calculation sheet. I think it ends up being about 109 total.
All right, so that would have to go to ballot. Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions for the library? Yes, Steve?
In terms of programs, have we looked at any programs and said, we're not getting the amount of attention, and we dropped some of the programs, or how's that working out?
So if we find that we have low attendance in certain programming, we'll explore either changing the time of day for that programming, changing the subject matter, or looking into other things. What's great about the programming, if it's of a staff member doing it, there's no cost to that change or adjustment. So we always take a look at that. And then we do get a lot of suggestions from patrons on what type of programming they would like to see. So we do explore those options as well.
I'm assuming that drives the need for staffing.
Yes, it does. Yep.
Anything else for the library?
So I have it at 108,859.
All right, well, we'll take, when we get to the warrant articles, we'll look at that. Anything else for the library? Okay, so, all right, we're at the end of today. I said this was a workshop, so this is, nothing was cast in stone here today. I've captured a number of items that I want to summarize. Is there anyone else who would like to summarize anything they've heard today? Or you just want to hear what I captured? That's okay. So my parking lot items, these are the different things that I heard, is we need a 5-year run rate for the budget. We're looking to, at those numbers that Joe brought up early and everything here. We're looking for the language on a charter amendment around the treasurer. I would like to see numbers, and I haven't looked in the budget book yet because I only got it when I got here, maybe here already, and I apologize if it is, but I'd like to see a warrant article that summarizes the cost of Old Home Day and election security. What is the total cost of Old Home Day, election security, and put that in a warrant article and tell the people of this community what it really costs to provide that level of service that we provide for that. And then that, of course, would pass and become part of the default budget if it does pass. I heard that there were 5 open positions in the fire department. I'd like a little bit more information about how they're looking to fill those. The next one is a little bit crazy. I mean, and this isn't meant to be a political discussion, but inflation is the word of the day. So what I heard today is that dispatch services, building services, and what I'll say by that is what I mean by that is dispatch services. We have all of this equipment that we require to run dispatch services, police and fire. We have all of this equipment in all these buildings, such as whether it be servers or whether it be boilers or air conditioners, whatever it is, these items we talk about that we have to go to maintenance lines to pay for. Much like we do with other expendable maintenance trust items, let's start looking at technology in some sort of revolving fund so that we can replace these things as we need them, but we're not going to the taxpayers and hitting them all at once. I don't know exactly what that means, but I think we need to start thinking about that. So that's one other thing I captured from today. Vehicle maintenance. So across every department that uses vehicles, what I hear is that vehicle maintenance is way up. I don't know if we use the same vendors. I don't know if we use, if like the police uses one vendor, the town uses another vendor, whatever the case may be. But what I'd like to see is, again, some sort of a trust, some sort of revolving fund for that. Because if we're going to remain in default budgeting, we need to start thinking about how we're going to maintain those vehicles going out into the future, especially when we're looking at an 8% increase on almost everything. And again, I'm not sure how to budget this or anything else, but if we're going to stay in default budgeting, these are the type of things we need to make the community aware of and go to the voters and ask them what they want to do. This EPA requirements thing, we need to figure out how we communicate that to the voters and tell them what it means and ask them if they want to fund it, just like clean water. They need to have further visibility to this. And it's not buried in the budget somewhere. These are just, like I said, these are just things I'm hearing. To the council and to the budget committee, what services do you want to cut? Come here on the 21st of November, and if you want services you want to cut, I want to hear what they are. If there's things you think we don't need, let's have a discussion about them and find out what they are. And sometimes it's going to be a hard discussion. If you believe we shouldn't add we should eliminate the 4 police officers, then you need to come here and you need to say it. If you believe we have too many people plowing the roads, you need to come here and you need to say it. If you believe we don't need the 5 firefighters that we're trying to hire, you need to come here and say it. Why did I bring up all people? 90% of what we look at here is people. That's 90% of the budget. So we need to make those decisions collectively as a group here, how we're going to run the community and what kind of services we're going to provide. There's 26,500 people in this community and 1,055 and older, dwellings. We need to decide what's right for this community. So come here on the 21st and decide from what you've heard today if there's something you want to do differently. As far as the Lions Hall is concerned, do you want to keep this building? Start thinking about that, because if we're going to keep this building, we're going to need to go to the voters and we're going to ask money to do it. Now, yes, will a lot of questions get answered on Tuesday, depending on what the nation does and where we may fall or not fall going into recession? Maybe we'll know more by then. Maybe we won't know anything. Maybe the entire economy will collapse and we'll have a different discussion. But we need to start making hard decisions. Nobody wants to make these decisions. Nobody's comfortable making them, but we at least have to have the discussion. So, did I miss anything?
Chair,
Yes, please.
I think I was asking for overtime breakdown for police by
Yeah,
category.
overtime breakdown by category for police. But we need, this was a good day, a lot of really good information, a lot of passion behind all of the presentations. You can see that the people who work for the town are vested in what they do. They want to do the right thing. They're telling us everything that they're hearing. Right now, we have a proposed budget of, $1 million over last year, and we're at default. That's a pretty sad state of affairs. We're $1 million over last year, and we're only doing the minimum. So think about what it is you want to do. And then we need to have a hard discussion. Anything else? For those of you who are working the election on November 8th, we have a town council meeting Monday night. We cut the agenda so that we can get out of here at a reasonable hour. There'll be counselors and the police picking up the ballots at 5 a.m. to take them to the polls at 6 a.m., or before 6 a.m., I should say. There's, please, if you're listening or watching this, come out and vote. It's your money. This is your country. Express your choice. Anything else? It's just a work stuff, so I'm not looking for an adjournment. Anything else today? Sorry it went so long, but great information. Thank you.
Thank you.